Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are people doing? I hope everybody's doing okay. So I'm still setting up a little bit, but I knew I wanted to try and get in a little bit early. Get in just a touch early. I know some people have late nights that they need to try and get to. But I am here. Let me see if I can turn this up just a little bit. I really do need to find out. I think this is an issue with my GPU. Or at least I think I have an issue with my GPU. One of these days I'm gonna need to set up. One of these days I'm gonna need to. Why am I losing my train of thought? I think what I'm gonna do first before I start messing around with hardware is reinstall my operating system. Probably just a nuke and pave of my hard drive. But I need to back up everything that's on my in my home folder first. So that's definitely something that needs to happen sooner rather than later. But for now, I think I'm okay with just turning off a lot of hardware render stuff. But yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that my 6800 XT is getting ready to give up the ghost. It is really struggling. I'm noticing a lot of crashes whenever I try to play games, especially like Final Fantasy XIV. I'm noticing like it's crashing three times a day at this point, which is a shame, mostly because I was so close to getting all of my characters to level 90, or all of my classes. But today is not about, or this stream is not going to be about Final Fantasy XIV. This stream, I'm getting back into the Rust book. All right, yeah. So there's that, and then there's, I'm Googling Rust book now because I am a well-prepared streamer who knows how to have things open. So there's a Rust book. What's in that folder? Oh, okay. All right. So it is concerning to me that rendering lag has caused me to drop 2.4% of my frames. I don't know what to think about that right now, but I guess maybe the best option is actually to not think about it. And I guess I should just go. Well, hang on. Let's hit studio mode. There's that window, and then before we move over to that, I should go. Let's see, Rust programming. There we go. So we turn off studio mode and let's head on over to. Let's head on over to the actual stuff. So enums and pattern matching left off last time we were in this book. Actually, hang on. Yeah, with method syntax. Actually, let's probably leave it at method syntax. Do a quick review. Method syntax. Actually, cargo new method syntax. There we go. Method syntax. Vim. Let's open the main. Actually, we back out of there. I think it's impl examples. Implement examples. And then I vim in here, open the source. And then we're doing a whole bunch of stuff with rectangles. Yeah, that's what it looks like we're doing. So, actually, let's turn down the Spotify just a little bit. There we go. So methods are similar to functions, correct? Declare them with the fn keyword. So change the area of a function that has a rectangle instance as a parameter and instead make an area. So we have the struct rectangle and and if we remember from last time, structs are defining a type, but structs are the data for that type, not defining a struct means defining what something is, while defining an impl or implement or implementation is defining what something does. Well, does it can be a weird question, but for this, we implement the rectangle, and so by implementing it, we're giving it a function, and the function is the area. And what the implementation does is that it takes the data of what it is, which is the width times the height, and returns that unsigned 32-bit. And a rectangle is a width and a height. So then we say in the main program, rectangle 1, we define that with a width of 30 and a height of 50. And then we print line, got it. So if I do this, can I cargo run? I should probably make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, about. Can rect1 hold rect2? Okay, wait, hang on. And I should probably make a split. There we go. Actually, instead of that, Rust cd all examples. Cargo run. There we go. All right, so in Vim, let's pull up the source code. So we have 3 rectangles: rect1, rect2, and rect3. So we're we're printing the areas, which is the 1, 2, and 3. Then we have can hold, where we have rect1, whether rect1 can hold rect2, and rect2 is width is greater. Okay, yeah. And we are borrowing, if you see the line there, borrowing the rectangle object. We're also borrowing ourselves. Or it's borrowing itself. So square is, return the site. Okay, yeah. It's all starting to come back to me. So we have rect1, we have area of a rectangle is how many square pixels. Got it. So we define the function. We have a width. Okay, so let's see. In the signature for area, we use borrow self instead of rectangle, borrow rectangle. The self is actually short for self and self. Within an implement block, the type self is an alias for the type the implement block is for. Methods must have a parameter named self of type self for their first parameter. So Rust lets you abbreviate this with only the name underscore self in the first parameter spot. We still need to use the borrow implementation, the pointer in front of the self shorthand, indicate that the method borrows the self instance, just as we did in rectangle borrow rectangle. Methods can take ownership of self methods can take ownership of self, borrow self immutably, as we've done here, or borrow self mutably, just as they can any other parameter. So an object can, in fact, take ownership of itself. I wonder if that means that we destroy it. I'm pretty sure at some point I actually tested that. In something... Save that. We chose self to borrow self here for the same reason we used borrow rectangle. In the function version, we don't want to take ownership and we just want to read the data in the struct, not write to it. If we wanted to change the instance that we've called the method on as part of what the method does, we'd use mutably borrow self as the first parameter. Having a method that takes ownership of the instance by using just self as the first parameter is rare. This technique is usually used when the method transforms self into something else and you want to prevent the caller from using the, oh, okay, yeah. So a method can in fact borrow its own instance, and then at the end of that, instead of having that same instance, it destroys itself. And the reason you would want to do that is in case, in fact, for one of my big projects right now is the big project I have in mind right now. The thing that I'm wanting to do is, my own head, to pull down some data from YouTube, transform it in some way, but then I can throw the old data away and I can return the new. Got it. That's why you would want to do the main reason for using methods instead of functions, in addition to providing method syntax and not having to repeat the type of self in every method signature, is for organization. We put all the things we can do with an instance of a type in one implement block rather than making future users of our code search for capabilities of a rectangle various places in the library we provide. We can choose to give a method of the same name as one of the struct's fields. For example, we can define a method on rectangle that is also named width. So, and here's the example. We have rectangle, have a function width, which is, does it have width? You can kind of think of this in terms. Is it like, you can say rectangle, and if it doesn't have a width and all it has is a length, it's actually just a line. But you can say width, borrow self, which is a bool, or it returns a bool. It's going to return whether or not the width is greater than 0. Function main, let's see, so we have rect1 is a rectangle with this much. The rectangle has a non-zero width. It is bleh. So we want to make the okay. Choosing to make the width method return true if the value's instance width field is greater than 0, and false if the value is 0. We can use a field within a method of the same name for any purpose. Main width parentheses. Rust knows it's the method. So if you just do like here, if you're just doing rect area, then rect.area, or there would need to be a field. So with this notation, you assume that there's a field, but if there was a field, yeah, there isn't. But if there was, we only have the width and height fields. Oh yeah, we already have that written down. Okay. So function, yeah. So we have, let's say no. Let's copy these. We'll call this one rect4. And we'll just give it a 0 width and a height of 90. So, print line. Do these rectangles have width? Rect3 equals Rect4 equals Rect1 dot width. No, not area width. Width. And so that's a function. And then we'll say Rect4. Right? That should have a comma. So then we go back to cargo, we run it. Do these rectangles have width? Rect3 is true and Rect4 is false. Okay. That should have been Rect3. Why not? Yeah. There we go. So then, the C# okay, often but not always, we give a method the same name as a field. We want it to only return the value in the field and do nothing else. Methods like this are called getters. Rust does not implement them automatically for struct fields as some other languages do. Getters are useful because you can make the field private but the method public, and thus enable read-only access to that field as part of the type's public API. We will discuss what public and private are and how to designate a field or method as public. Chapter 7. Two different operators are used for calling methods. Use a dot if you're calling a method on an object directly, and an arrow if you're calling the method on a pointer to the object, and need to dereference the pointer first. Rust doesn't have an equivalent. Let's see. Call a method with object.something. Rust automatically adds in borrow, mutably borrow, or whatever that notation is, so object matches the signature of the method. First one looks much clearer. Okay, methods with more parameters. Implementing a second method on the rectangle struct. We want an instance of rectangle to take another instance of rectangle. Okay, yeah, this is the can hold. So we did can hold. Which means, where was that? Yeah. Run this code with the main function in listing 514. We get our desired output. Associated functions. Because they're associated with a type named after the implement. We can define associated functions that don't have self as their first parameter. Thus are not methods. Because they don't need an instance of the type to work with. We've already used one function like this, the string from method function that's defined with a string type. Ah, okay, yeah. So that's where we were doing the square stuff. Basically, there's functions, like this square is a function here because it returns a rectangle that happens to be a square. But it doesn't need to have a rectangle already instantiated. Associated functions and art methods. Okay, multiple implement blocks. Okay, yeah, we can do that. All right, yeah, so we can properly move on to chapter 6. Whoop. Okay, enums and pattern matching. Here we go. Is that readable? Okay. I just want to test something real quick. Can I do this real? Does this work? Oh, it does. All right. By the way, you have points. If you have points in the Twitch chat, you can mess around with my the background to my development environment. I figured it'd be a little bit of fun. Give regular viewers something to spend points on. Anyway, in this chapter we'll look at enumerations, also referred to as enums. Enums allow you to define a type by enumerating its possible variants. First, we'll define and use an enum to show how enum can encode meaning along with data. Explore a particularly useful enum called an option, which expresses a value that can be either something or nothing. We'll look at how pattern matching in the match expression. I believe match is meant to be the equivalent to the switch case in C. Makes it easy to run different code for different values of an enum. Okay. Finally, we'll cover how the if-let construct is another convenient and concise idiom available to handle enums in your code. Okay, so let's quit out of here. Cargo new. Enums. And what? Enums and matching. Matching, let's go back. All right. So here, structs give you a way of grouping together related fields and data, like a rectangle with a width and height. Enums give you a way of saying a value is one set of possible values. For example, we may want to say that rectangle is one of a set of possible shapes that also includes circle and triangle. To do this, Rust allows us to encode these possible values as an enum. Let's look at a situation we might want to express in code and see why enums are useful and more appropriate than structs in this case. Say we need to work with IP addresses. Currently two major standards. There's IPv4 and IPv6. Come across, we can enumerate all possible variants. Okay. So here we're going to say enum IP adder kind. And we'll say a v4 and a v6. Yeah, okay, that works. Warn dead code. Oop, nope. Warn dead code. Lit level. Nope. I guess that doesn't quite work. Is there a? Can I do the underbar thing? Yeah, I can. Okay. Is now a custom data type that we can use elsewhere in our code. We can create instances of the two variables. So if we say let for equal IP adder kind v4, then we'll just save 6. Then let's define, I guess he wants to also define a route. We can call this function with either variant. So then route Oh, okay. So, okay, note that the variants of the enum are namespaced under its identifier, and we use a double colon. This is useful because now both values v4 and v6 are of the same type. We can then, for instance, define a function that takes any IP address kind. I am getting the alert that we're about to have an ad in about 40 seconds. So let's see what we can do in the meantime. Call this function with either variant. IP address kind v4, IP address kind v6. Got it. Using enums has even more advantages. So if we define struct IP address. Oh, got it. Say kind is adder kind. All right, and we have an ad in 5 seconds, so I'm just going to take a short break. Or wait. Is the ad running? Hang on, let me check on that. Is there an ad running? I need to figure this out. Where is the sub only? I need to figure out how to run these dashboards much better. Yeah. I do not. Okay. Now it's actually rolling an ad. So I will turn on Be Right Back, and I will be refreshing my drink in the meantime. I'll be back shortly. Oh, I didn't mute my mic for that, so you guys heard everything. Holy shit. Well, that was, hope I didn't say anything actually embarrassing. But, I guess we can go ahead and turn off the Be Right Back. Get back to actual reading. So, more advantages. Thinking about our IP address type, at the moment we don't have a way to store the actual address data. We only know what kind it is. Given that you just learned about structs in chapter 5, you might be tempted to tackle this problem with structs as shown in C1. So there's enum of yet kind, address string. So we have home, which is address. Kind is a v4, address is a string from. And then we have loopback, which is a IPv6, address is string from, and then : 1. Here we've just defined struct IP address, IP header. So let's go back into the code, getter kind, address, string, and then we'll say let home, adder, and we'll do that again, but we have loopback. Home will be kind equals v4. IP header kind v4. Address. Oh, no. Instead of a semicolon, comma, is a string from 700. That's a semi. Then we'll just copy that, paste it. We'll call this loop back colon colon 1. Prefix with an underscore. You know what? We'll let that rock because we're probably gonna do something with it later. So define the struct IP header that has two fields: a kind, that is the IP header kind, and an address of type string. We have two instances of this struct. We have home and we have loopback. v6. Destruct to bundle the kind and the address values together. The variant is associated with the value. However, representing the same concept using just an enum size, rather than an enum inside of a struct, but data directly into each enum variant. This new definition of IP adder. Enum says both v4 and v6 variants will have associated value. So, word let. Oh, yeah. I need a semicolon there. Semicolon there. So then there's that. So if we then scroll down just slightly, have an enum. Actually. Oh, that's why. Hang on. However, representing the same concept using just an enum size. Okay, so we have... Actually, yeah. Then there's that. So now we start with enum IP adder. Where we have v4, which is a string. Have nope. 6, which is a string. Home equal IP adder 4 string from 7001 loop back from colon colon 1. Consider changing the field of the unit. Field 0 is never read. Oh, hang on. That should be a v6. Got it. So we attach data to each variant of the enum directly. There's no need for an extra struct. Oh man, coming from Python, I still prefer the idea of you have your enum and then you define it. Like this enum here assumes that I'm willing to bet, well, you could probably do a tuple. But in my head, I'm thinking I rather would have an enum and then a struct that takes the enum as one of its types. So, something we can do, but it's not something necessarily that we have to. Aha, okay. There's another advantage to using enum. Each variant can have different types and amounts of associated data. Got it. So, if we comment this out again. And we do enum IP adder. Say v4 should be 8-bit, another 8-bit, another 8-bit. Don't worry, I'm putting commas. Nope, should be a comma there. And a v6. No, a v6. Should be string. Have main. We have 4 127.0.0.1. And we still do : : 1. Got it. Turn the music. Just touch on that. We've shown several different ways to define data structures to store version 4 and version 6 IP addresses. But turns out, wanting to store IP addresses and encode which kind they are is so common that the standard library has a definition we can use. Let's look at how the standard library defines IP address. It has the exact enum and variants that we've defined and used, but it embeds the address data inside the variants in the form of 2 different structs. This code illustrates that you can put any kind of data inside an enum variant: strings, numeric types, or structs. Even include another enum. Standard library contains a definition for IP address. Still create and use our own definition without conflict because we haven't brought the standard library's definition into our scope. So if we then see, close all. Maybe not. Okay. So if we have an enum for, actually, yeah, let's just get rid of it. So we'll have a new enum. All this message. Quit. Move. Which is X integer 32 and a Y of integer 32. Right? Right. Which is going to be a string type. Change color. 32-bit integer. That'll be that. We have the message enum. Quit has no data associated. We haven't defined what quit is. We know move is going to have 2 fields of X and Y. We know right has 1 field and change color has 3 fields. We define an enum with variants such as the ones of 6.2. So, say, actually, struct quit message. We have struct move message. Write message. Takes a string. And then change color message. Which takes 2 32-bit integers. Or 3 32-bit. And X and Y. X. Y. Remove the semicolon. Do we? That is weird. Hey, Mystic. I'm doing good. Did you just get in? Or did I miss you for the past couple minutes? Oh, taking a little bit of a stretch. Oh, there we go. I'm feeling all right. Missed the last 2 weeks of streaming because I've just been crazy busy with between work and an old friend popped back up and he needed something. He needed help with a thing and online class past few hours. Nice. You're still on. I keep forgetting. It's mostly like JavaScript, right? That you're doing? Or am I mistaken? But yeah, I'm back on the Rust programming language book. We're going through enumerations right now, enums, which is really just React Node and Express, just kind of the databases. Nice, okay. So now you're learning about like, okay, so you want to like long-term store some data, and you want to know, and you want to do like key value stuff, like, hey, I want to grab, so like, I guess the easiest one would be users, right? You start storing user data in a database and say like, okay, they're all users, but what is a user? Well, a user has a name, and we store that name. It probably has a password, that kind of stuff. In fact, they're probably teaching you SQLite 3 by having you implement a user. So that'll be cool. By the way, I got streamer.bot to work in Linux, so I decided to try an experiment. If you want to check this out, if you want to spend some points downstairs in the points thing in the Twitch, you can redeem some changes to the environment here. So I've got infinite points. I can do whatever I want. But if you would like, and I'm going to just go ahead and set it back to green, because green's my favorite color. We do group projects every Friday based on what we've learned so far. So is the group project, is that like a, well, I guess it wouldn't be a capstone. You probably have a capstone at the end of the whole process, which is probably solo, but I guess the group stuff is like mini capstones. Where are you assigned a task to do, or is it like, here, you think of something that you want to do with what you just learned how to figure out? So then we have defining an enum with sorry, I'm kind of going back to the enum stuff. So we have structs, quit, move, write, and change color. Defining an enum with variants such as we all come up with a topic to cover, then we write up who takes care of what. Okay. So is there anything in particular that either like you feel particularly like, okay, yeah, if we have this, if we need to implement users, or then like that's all me, like I got it, or if you need, hey, I don't know, I'm not sure how to handle like the DOM, since you're doing a lot of React, right? I don't know how to handle like actually moving something from like internal data into the document. Very good with OAuth 2. Nice. I probably could have used some of that when I was figuring things out for that version of CoinJerk that was going around, or that I was working on. Oh man, I actually dipped my toes back into Bitcoin for a little bit to see what the communities of what the community is looking like right now, and man, I don't know. I'm not quite sure anymore. I actually got into a conversation with one of the guys behind who is it? The what's the one that has like the Discord and is really into gaming, and they have like a Counter-Strike server, and supposedly you can earn, and it all uses Lightning, right? Apparently like the tide is turning on Lightning, and maybe Lightning Network wasn't quite the answer we were looking for as far as making transactions cheaper and quicker on Bitcoin. So I'm probably just gonna either, no, I don't know. For CoinJerk, do I wait and see what comes around the bend and see if that, or do I just, if I pick CoinJerk back up, do I just trudge forward with Lightning and then implement the next thing that looks like it's actually got legs under it? Like, that's the question I face. But I do have two distinct projects that I can work on in the meantime that I've got in my head. I've got Scarbot, which is which would be like the unified chat, be the proper competition to OneUpCoin. I mean, competition is a weird way to think of it, because I know Jaku, right? Like, because I've met him a couple times. He and I have talked, and you know, I've almost convinced him, like, hey, if you can implement Lightning, you almost get rid of CoinJerk as a use case. The thing about CoinJerk that I think was like my big use case over OneUpCoin is I didn't want to do custodial, but whereas, you know, Jaku's OneUpCoin was going all through exchanges. I was hoping that I was implementing it in a way where you didn't have to do it custodially. You could just direct transfer one wallet to another wallet, and it would track that. But Lightning was, it was almost there, man. Like, it was looking nice, but you know, who knows? The thing that the hard, probably the weird part about that is, like, man, like every once in a while someone would come, and like, you've seen my Discord channel, which, by the way, do I have a bang Discord command? But you are in the Discord, so if you and you would message me every now and then about how, like, there's this new thing, and it's either some NFT or some like other crypto thing, and I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. It should just be Bitcoin. All of these other things aren't it, guys. They're trying to add too many things that crypto is not actually meant to handle. Like, I got in contact with some people connected to Ice Poseidon, and they're like, hey, can you add this fake coin to CoinJerk? And I'm like, no, I can't. Some other shitcoin or some other NFT, and I'm like, nah, dude, it's Bitcoin or bust over here. But yeah, There is one more. Okay, but yeah, back to the code stuff. Back to the Rust stuff. So we implement different structs, each of which has its own type, and wouldn't as easily define a function to take any of this type with the message enum, which is a single type. One more similarity between enums and structs. So we're able to define methods on structs using implement. We're also able to define methods on enums. Really? So we have here's a method named call that we could define on our message. Okay. Oh, okay. So we have impl message. Okay, so implement doesn't even really care about, like, so we do fn call, and we're saying that this is going to have to be an object, so there has to be an instantiated message. Do some bullshit here. And then, so we say let m equals message, right? Wait. Oh, okay. String from. Ew. We say m.call. So actually, we'll just say print line. Ooh. No, we don't want to do that, actually. Yeah, I don't think we want to do that because the message could be any number of these things. So we'll just say for now, actually we will say print line, but we don't want to print line the whole thing. You called we'll cargo run, and then we'll watch it compile. And it gave us every warning under the goddamn sun, but then it came and actually printed the message that we wanted, which is good. The body of the method would use self, which it did. To get the value that we called the method on. In this example, we created the variable m that has the value a write message below, and that is what the self will be in the body of the call method would call runs. So now we have options. Option enum and its advantages over null values. Oh, that's right. Okay. So I'm having this problem in Python too. And the idea is that the code I'm running in Scarbot currently is like it pulls down a page from YouTube and then tries to parse it out and like grabs some other very specific information. It pulls down a streamer's page on it pulls down a streamer's page on or a channel page, I should say. It pulls down a channel page on YouTube, and then it tries to determine if that channel is live. What it does is it pulls the entirety of that page data, and then it tries to I'm using the Beautiful Soup library. It like drills down into like every video and then says, is this video live or what? But it's saying, well, this could return nothing, so you need to handle that case. I'm like, oh, okay. Wonder how I would handle that, but this is probably the Rust variation of that. So this section explores a case study of option, which is another enum defined by the standard lib. The option type encodes the very common scenario in which a value could be something or it could be nothing. which is almost exactly what I was saying. We say, for example, if you request the first item in a non-empty list, you would get a value. If you request the first item in an empty list, you would get nothing. Expressing this concept in terms of the type system means the compiler can check whether you've handled all cases you should be handling. This functionality can prevent bugs that are extremely common in other programming languages. Okay? Language design is often thought of in terms of which features you include, but the features you exclude are important too. Rust doesn't have the null feature that many languages have. Instead, null is a value. That means there is no value there. In languages with null, variables can always be in one of two states, null or not null. So something can in fact be actually empty, or it can be empty. Big finger quotes you can't see because whatever. I'm getting the warning that we have an ad coming up, so I might take a small break to stretch my legs out. As soon as the ad break actually fires, I wish it would stop being weird about it. But let's see. Yeah, I guess it's taking its sweet time to fire. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hit be right back just to take a little bit of moment to get up and stretch my legs. I'll be back once the ad break is over. And it looks like we're back. All right. Have to match up a little bit better with the ad breaks. Anyway, so language design, null or not null. In his 2009 presentation, Null references the billion-dollar mistake. Tony Hoare, the inventor of null, has this to say: "I call it my billion-dollar mistake. At that time, I was designing the first comprehensive system for references in an object-oriented language. My goal was to ensure that all use of references should be absolutely safe. With checking performed automatically by the compiler, but I couldn't resist the temptation to put in a null reference, simply because it was so easy to implement. And I've probably caused billions of dollars of pain and suffering. Problem with null values: if you try to use a null value as a not null value, you'll get some kind of error. Because this null or not null property is pervasive, it's extremely easy to make this kind of error. However, the concept that null is trying to express is still a useful one. A null is a value that is currently invalid or absent for some reason. The problem isn't really with the concept, but is with a particular implementation. As such, Rust does not have nulls, but it does have an enum that can encode the concept of a value being present or absent. This enum is the option, and it is defined as follows. So an option of things means it's you either have none of the thing or you have some of the thing. The option of things enum is so useful that it's even included in the prelude. You don't need to bring it into scope explicitly. Right, okay. Its variants are also included in the prelude. You can use some and none directly without the option prefix. The option enum is still just a regular enum. Some and none are still variants of the type of option. The open angle T close angle syntax is a feature of Rust we haven't talked about yet. A generic type parameter. We'll cover generics in more detail in chapter 10. For now, all you need to know is that means that the sum variant of the option enum can hold one piece of data of any type. And then each concrete type that gets used in place of the T makes the overall option T type a different type. Here are some examples using option values to hold. Okay, so let some number equals sum 5. Let some char equals sum e. So we take then to say the absent number that is an option of an i32 is equal to none. The type of some number is option of a 32-bit int. Type of some char is option char, which is a different type. Rust can infer these types because we've specified a value inside the sum variant. For absent number, Rust requires us to annotate the overall option type. The compiler can't infer that the type that the corresponding sum variant will hold by looking only at a none value. Here we tell Rust that we mean for absent number to be type of option. Okay. In short, because option of a type and type, where type can be any type, are different types. How many times can I say that in one sentence? Jesus. The compiler won't let us use an option of type value if it were definitely a valid value. For example, this code won't compile because it's trying to add an 8-bit integer to an option. Oh snap, run. We're running? What are we running from, Hanny? What's going on? Is something wrong? Analicious. Oh, you're hungry. I actually had Chipotle before I went live. Ordered that in. I'm trying to look toward not ordering as much food because I'm trying to save up, or I'm trying to make myself feel better about my money because I keep ordering DoorDash. I'm feeling better about my my calories, right? Because I'm using that big calorie tracker app, and I've actually down like pretty close to 40 pounds at this point. But I'm still finding myself ordering DoorDash way too often. And here I am looking at the fact that my games crash 3 times a day and looking at my graphics card going, should I replace you? How much is a 7900 XT right now? How much am I spending per week on food? But yes. I just went on that whole ramble just because you said you're hungry. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm I'm trying to reduce the amount that I'm ordering food in, especially because now I'm looking at possibly upgrading my PC, and then I'm realizing, well, I should probably look at not ordering DoorDash like 4 or 5 times a week. Like, I could easily I could a lot more easily justify. There's a part of me that's going like, no, I could just run up and build do a new build here pretty soon. I can technically afford it. Like, I think I've said this in your Discord, Handy. There's like 6 things going on in my head. 6 things I want to do that cost. Hey, let's pump the brakes and think about this amounts of money. One of them, like 3 of them being PC related. Like, one, building a new whole PC. The second being I'm eyeballing those big 4K 32-inch OLED monitors going, I'd like to have that. And then I'm also eyeballing one of those split keyboards, like the Glove 80. Instead of getting the Glove 80, part of me wants to try and look at getting the Charybdis. You saw, like, I posted in your Discord, Hanny, the one with the trackball on the thumb. Like, that looks really cool, and I want to give those kinds of keyboards a shot. And then the other 2 that are like dumb crazy, not like crazy amounts of money, because I'm looking around at the used car lots and I'm like, you know, there's a nice S10 or a Ford Ranger for $5,000. Looking at that going, you know, maybe grab myself a late 90s Ford Ranger and I'd finally have a vehicle of my own. And then the one, am I not on low latency? Because I think you're behind like several seconds. Annie, what's my, hang on. If I turn that on now, if I hit playback issue quality, show events. Oh, I don't even know. And then thinking about setting up a home gym in my bedroom, like getting a couple dumbbells and a folding bench. Looking at those, but it's like I'm looking at easy at least halfway to 4 figures, if not easy 4 figures themselves, like a truck. The build that I'm building on PC Part Picker is like 2,200. What I'm looking at right now. Getting a truck would be like probably 7,000 or 8,000. What do you? It's yeah. And that's the crazy thing is I know they're all things I do want to do. Kinda soonish. I've got a friend of mine who actually like is telling me, because I live kinda close to a gym. Oh, dude, just join that gym. Just join the gym. Don't bother with all this gym equipment stuff. Like, joining, like, that gym equipment is only going to save you until you need the next piece of equipment. And it's a big hole. It'll be a big money pit to set that up. And do you have the space for it? And I'm like, kind of do if I can keep it just to a bench and barbells. Bodyweight calisthenics. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I was actually even looking up on YouTube. There was a guy, he's like, here's an entire workout plan, not a routine, but like a plan where it's like, here's what you do throughout the week. Here's A, here's B. Here's everything you do in A, here's everything you do in B. No equipment, all calisthenics. And then here's what you can do if you are willing to go to the gym. I'm like, yeah, I do. And honestly, I only live like 2 or 3 blocks from a good gym. But yeah, you are actually in Chicago, Hanny, right? Like, don't give me more detail than that in this public chat. But yeah, so yeah, there's plenty of gyms within the limits of the city that I could hit up. Won't compile. The problem is the ones near me like close at 11. And I'm used to the idea of if I'm going to a gym, I'm going to a 24-hour gym. But anyway. Oh, okay. So option. So if it's some, okay. In short, T can be any type. Kind of abruptly going back to doing the Rust stuff. The compiler won't let us use if we're definitely a value. So we have let x, which should be an 8-bit integer. Say you live in the 6. Are you in a suburb or are you in the city proper? Feel free to also just tell me to fuck off if I'm trying to dig too deep on a public stream with at least one viewer, I guess. If we run code, we get an error message like this one. It's saying like, hey, there's no implementation for i8 plus option i8. Yeah, intense. In effect, this error message means that Rust doesn't understand how to add an 8-bit integer to the possibility of an 8-bit integer, because they're different types. When we have a value of a type like 8-bit integer in Rust, the compiler will ensure that we always have a valid value. Oh, you're in one of the burbs? We can proceed confidently. Country bumpkin, so even the burbs are city to me. I mean, to be fair, I grew up... I'm kind of like you. I grew up in East Texas. The population of my hometown is 4 figures. So... What's the... Oh, yeah? Yeah, I used to... Yeah, Texarkana. I used to live, like an hour west of... Yeah, about an hour's west drive from Texarkana. We can proceed confidently without having to check for null before using that value. We can proceed... when we have value of a type like 8-bit integer, the compiler, let's see, so you know what I mean. No. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm halfway to being a yapping stream anyway. All I need is the cartoon person VTuber thing going on, and I can just start saying, "Oh, I'm a just chatting, I'm a just yapping streamer," like most of those cartoon people, the VTubers. We can let's see, proceed confidently without having to check. Let's ban that. There we go. I think it's I think V2 I don't know what you mean by what's my feelings on the VTubers. Like, there's no, on a certain level, they're just streamers, right? A disproportionate amount of them are now it feels like a disproportionate amount of them do like a proper breadth of content, which I think is kind of cool. Some people get real upset. Like, why? I don't know why. They're. It's a nice middle ground between what I do, which is I don't show my fucking face at all. I for a couple back before I took my long ass break from streaming, I had that couple months where I was actually on camera, but I decided to move away from that again. I think it's a nice middle ground where you don't have to show your actual you gotta sub to my OnlyFans. You're only a D rank. You're only a D rank sub in the Twitch channel, Hanny. Well, let's turn that song down just a tad. And let's turn it down. But yeah, it's like one of the quote-unquote rules of streaming is that you should probably show something that viewers can relate to, right? Like a pair of eyes and a mouth, right? Give them something that they can feel like they're interacting with someone on screen, even though, like, right now I'm just a disembodied voice. And I've absolutely got it. I haven't done the work. Well, you've seen me that I've put in a little bit of work toward, like, okay, making sure I can get the tech working. And you've seen, and I've shown you that I can get the tech working. But I need to, you know, get an actual character made up. But yeah, I don't know why you would be that, if, like, what are you upset about? Is it, like, I remember there was one, like, a lot of the people who are upset about things that they're just plain false. Yeah, it's all content, right? Like, there's like, I see a whole lot of people that they think all of the VTubers are AI. It's like, yeah, there's Neurosama if you want to talk about an AI streamer. But more often than not, I'm using a new code, by the way, or I'm using a new overlay for displaying chat, I should mention. So no, this one doesn't have that vulnerability. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, there is Neurosama if you're actually thinking in terms of a VTuber that is an actual AI construct. But a lot of them are just people with cartoon avatars instead of actually being on camera. They're still streamers, they're still real people. Some of them engage in you're into professional wrestling, Hanny. Some of them engage in what we call high kayfabe, which is they engage as the character. But most of them engage more as, I am a person. I don't want to show you my actual face. Here's this cartoon character that is mocapped to me. Which is kind of, like, I won't lie, it's what I want to do. I still need to have a character, like, drawn up. I'd still need to contact people and get those done, but that's where I think I want to move this channel and try to be that kind of, and try to do that on this stream, and not just be a disembodied voice in your ears. And try to present myself as if I'm the voice of God, speaking to you as if, in other words, you have to convert an option of types to a type before you can perform type operations with it. Like, I'd like to actually show you something that's saying these things. I'm still reading the book. I'm still in don't call me that. I'm still just in chapter 6 of the Rust fuck book. And I don't even test my code. I need to go to you. And I was like, what? How, I don't even know how to test code or write tests. Like at that, I think once I get to that point, I can say I'm kind of maybe mediocre. He left for cigarettes. The kind of cigarettes he needs are very far away. The fucking Malort joke from earlier. Oh man. For those of you playing the home game, this morning I was in Hanny's stream, and we were talking about Malort. And I was just rattling off all the different homemade slogans for Malort. The one that gets me still, Malort. It tastes like the day Dad left. Malort, tonight's the night you fight your dad. Jesus. I'm going, one of these days I will get you to add the Bug Lort onto your snack wheel, Annie. It's going, the pressure will become too much. And you're gonna roll the Bug Lort and it's gonna be amazing. Also, for those of you wondering, the Bug Lort is, there's a liquor called Malort, which I probably should have started with that. A sort of Chicago native liquor, and it is... I don't drink, so... It's even weird for me to say this, but everyone I know thinks Malort is fucking vile. For those curious, I can say the primary ingredient is wormwood. There is a local bar here in town that has just started serving specialty shots of Malort with a cicada in it. It's just called the Cicada Malort shot. I have taken to calling it the Bug Lort. And me and probably at least one other person are trying to convince Hanny to add a Bug Lort to his betting wheel. Where you spend points, he has to spin a wheel, and he either eats a snack or drinks a drinky drink of a specific type that's on the wheel. It's good, great fun. Oh, speaking of redeeming points, Annie, if you haven't seen this is I got StreamerBot to work in Linux, so now I can play around with things that you can do in points. Like I can say, oh, there's a redeem for changing the background to red to my dev environment. There's a changing the background to blue. Yeah, turns out it's just running in wine, and it just kind of works, which is, I think it's kind of cool. So I'm gonna set it back to, oh no, hang on. I'm gonna set it back to green, and you guys can have fun with that. I'm gonna have I gotta have ideas for what to do now that streamer.bot is working. Ideas of like redeems and either sounds or whatever. Saving for that for excellent. Oh, that doesn't even work, I don't think, anymore, because that was a test for a script I was writing. All it did was play the Quake 3 sound effect for excellent, for when you get 2 kills in 2 seconds. That's all it did, and I set it that high because it's like, dude, that's stupid. Don't actually redeem that. In fact, I bet I can redeem it as well, and it does, and because, oh, temporarily unavailable. Yeah. Eliminating, okay, so, but yeah, getting back to the code, let's see if we can lock in just a little bit. This error message means that Rust, what error message? Oh yeah, we can't add an actual 8-bit integer to the possibility that an 8-bit integer might exist. Means that Rust doesn't understand how to add 8-bit integer to the possibility that an 8-bit integer might exist. So this is going to be, most of that is just a way, like that sounds like it's the main way to handle. If you pull down, if you run, I'm going to snooze that ad break. We're going to do another 5 minutes. If you're running a GET request or an HTTP request of some kind, there's always the possibility that the server is down. So you have to have the option to say, oh, this might not even happen. So that's, I guess that's the way to catch the error as an error handling trick. We have a value of a type like 8-bit integer in Rust. The compiler will ensure that we always have a valid value. We can proceed confidently. I guess this is where unwrap comes from, by the way, too. We can proceed confidently without having to check for null before using that value. Only when we have an option or whatever type of value we're working with do we have to worry about possibly not having a value. The compiler will make sure we handle that case before using the value. In other words, you have to convert an option of a type to an actual type before you can perform type operations. Generally, this helps catch one of the most common issues with null, assuming that something isn't null when it actually is. So we eliminate the risk, or eliminating the risk of incorrectly assuming not null value helps to be more confident in your code. In order to have a value that can possibly be null, you must explicitly opt in by making the type of that value option T. Then, when you use that value, you are required to explicitly handle the case when the value is null. Everywhere that a value has a type that isn't an option of a type, you can safely assume that the value isn't null. This was a deliberate design decision for Rust to limit null's pervasiveness and increase the safety of Rust's code. So how do you get the type value out of a sum variant when you have... you can check them out. Okay, the option enum has a large number of methods that are useful in a variety of situations. One of them, I bet, is unwrap, because I looked at a lot of example code for some HTML parsing stuff. I forget what the scraping languages. There's some web scraping stuff in Rust that had me unwrapping a lot of shit, and I didn't know what unwrap meant. I'm betting unwrap is part of the option class. By web scraping, Hanny, I'll just tell you beautiful soup, and hopefully you understand what I'm getting at. Becoming familiar with the methods on an option will be extremely useful. Actually, can I go to the standard option? Now if I go unwrap, here we go. Yep, unwrap. Returns the contained sum value consuming the self value. Oh, okay. And so it destroys... It actually destroys the option. The option of type and just returns the type. Got it. The option... Oh, never mind. I was gonna show another thing that I had, but I don't have the camera set up. Becoming familiar with a message. In general, in order to use an option, you want to handle code that will handle each variant. You want some code that will run only when you have the sum, and this code is allowed to use the inner type. You want some other code to run only if you have a none. That code doesn't have a T value. The match expression is a control flow construct that does just this when used with enums. It will run a different code depending on which variant of the enum it has. Okay. So we have the match, and the match is, I imagine it's a lot like the switch case. Okay. How far are we in? Okay. We have match, we have let, we have if let coming up after match. Okay. So match is going to be our switch case, but I think best way to handle this is we probably got an ad break coming up. In fact, I just got the warning that we have 1 minute until the next ad break. So we'll take a couple seconds to just chill out and talk to each other until the ad break starts, and then I can go get up and stretch my legs just a little bit. I hope everybody's doing pretty good this evening. Oh man, yeah, 2 weeks of not streaming, all because work stuff had me super busy. And like 2 weeks ago, like I almost didn't stream today because another work thing popped up that I almost had to cancel for a third week in a row. But yeah, 2 weeks ago with work, and then 1 week ago a friend popped up and needed help with something, and I decided to help him out. Anyway, looks like we're going on ad break. I will see you guys in a couple minutes. All right. Okay. Back on the move here. So let's go ahead and get out. Oh, hello. Yes. You're in my console hacking my codes. Are you really? Okay, so oh wait, no. We were any nums and matching. We can just say there we go. But you are subbed, yes. Let's see. All kinds of warnings. Quit message is never constructed. Just get rid of all this. Yeah. Just go back to our main function. This looks like Vim. It absolutely is Vim. Or did you not notice? Tmux. Yep, Tmux is, well, it's not Vim. It is technically NeoVim. But there's very much some Vim and Tmux happening in your face right now. I can switch between my debugging window and my main window Ranger for file system? Nah, I just use CD and LS, man. I have Ranger, but I just use CD. Oh, you mean like this, the file tree thing? I think that's native to NeoVim. Or there's a thing called NeoVim tree. Or Neo tree or something. Let's see, here we go. So, let's get back to... get back to the code book. Yeah, tree. Let's see. So Rust has an extremely powerful control flow construct called match. Compare values against a series of patterns. So yeah, this is a switch case. So let's instantiate an enum of a coin. Penny, nickel, dime. Never instantiate. Say value in cents. Mostly because the narrator. That gets back into like the subject, because now I have more opinions on the VTuber stuff to talk about, because I have noticed a lot of the VTubers, they actually do an interesting breadth of content. Probably one of the most interesting things they do is they all, for whatever reason, probably because of the VTuber agency stuff that's going on in Japan, a lot of them are actually expected. Even though all they really are is a cartoon person streamer. For whatever reason, they all try to sing. Like I don't think I've ever seen a karaoke stream where a streamer just does karaoke the entire night. Until like VTubers became popular. Now I'm probably wrong, and there's been like actual singing streamers, but now you are running into like, you're just kind of, it's weird. It's almost weird that they're just expected to all kind of sing, but they're hiring, and some of them are not great. Yeah. But most of them are like, no, if I'm expected to you think singing would be good on my stream? Well, like, for one thing that should be very much noted is that most of them are also hiring voice coaches. So I'm sitting here going, should I stream? No, I probably shouldn't. I follow some Dead by Daylight streamers who are VTubers, and they are not expected to sing. Like, you're actually, there's even people like just random independent, not signed up to an agency or anything, VTubers, like putting out albums, and they wouldn't otherwise. Like, I know for a fact they wouldn't otherwise if they weren't a VTuber, and doing karaoke streams, doing 3D streams. Like, if you see Fillion, like Fillion's entire thing is like she's doing so much in VR chat. I think it's not for the best for a lot of VTubers. Like, I'm not going to name names because I don't want to like make people feel bad, but yeah, there's definitely been a couple like a VTuber will put out an album and they cannot carry a tune in a bucket. Just can't. And you would hope that they just you would hope that it was the fact that they put out an album without hiring a voice coach. And that the experience of putting out an album and then getting told, like, no, you cannot sing, honey. That the experience would get them to go, oh, okay, I need to improve at this. Yoko Ono, the Beatles? One of the Beatles guys, or Yoko Ono, that'd be one of the girlfriends of the Beatles, wouldn't it? Or am I just hallucinating at this point? Yeah. Did she try to, did Yoko Ono try to have a career and it just didn't work? Like there's even a part of me that's going like, if I become a cartoon person, and I say if, like, it is definitely something on my mind to do. Like, should I actually start hiring a voice? Should I, like, think in those terms of maybe starting to do actual singing stuff? It's like, probably not, but it's just one of those things. There's even like a popular meme that you can't call yourself a true VTuber unless you've released a cover of the song King by Canaria. Because they all put out covers. But yeah, so we've got this data down. Think of a match expression like a coin sorting machine. Okay, so match coin. If it's a penny, we say the value is 1. If it's a dime, we say it's 10. So let's break down the match in the value and cents function. First, we list the match, followed by an expression. So we match the coin, which in this case is the value. Seems very similar to conditional used with if, but the big difference with if, the condition needs to evaluate to a Boolean value, but here it can be any type. Of course. The type of coin in this example. Oh shit. Don't actually do that. I've actually... Yeah, let me... Okay, I'll have to... I did not ever have any plans of... Let's see, delete. Delete. Purge. Yeah. Timeout 0. The user... Hang on. I just don't want that... Okay. Do I not... Oh, come on. No. I don't have alert command. Where is the... Oh, wait, hang on. Is there a... Hang on. Let's just get rid of it the old-fashioned way. There we go. Actually, is there a clear? Aha! Yes. By the way, yes. Annie has redeemed the purple background. He wants to see purple on the screen for a couple minutes. 'Cause I didn't want to check that link. I should get rid of that timed message from Stream Elements to say, "Hey, here's the tip page." I don't want to set up the tip page. You could have deleted it, but you're not. You're not a mod. Anyway, let's see. Break down the match value and cents function. List the match with the keyword. If coin is a type. No, not your YouTube link. The link that the Stream Elements bot had sent. It was a link to a tip page that I don't know if it's functional or not. And if it is functional, I need to turn it off. Because I'm not interested in accepting PayPal anymore. Paste it everywhere. Well, I will probably disable that link as soon as as soon as the stream's over. Mostly because I'm not interested in PayPal anymore. Mostly because of security concerns. There's a big difference. Anyway, back to the code. Let's break down the match. A lot of people set up thrones these days. Man, throne is an interesting thing. Let's break down the match in values. We say match, we list the variable, which is coin. Where is it? Coin. It's kind of like an if, but instead of an if relying on a boolean, then we say that it's anything else. Type of coin. In this example is the coin enum. Next are the match arms. An arm has two parts, a pattern and some code. So these I guess are the arms. First arm here has a pattern that is the value coin penny, and then the I guess they call it hash rocket is a word I've heard before. Separates the pattern of the code to run. The code in this case is just the value 1. Each arm. Okay. The match expression executes. Cool. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if we match coin and it's coin penny, then we print the line that it says, "Oh, that's a lucky penny." So code associated with each arm is an expression. The resultant value of the expression is the matching arm. So one thing we can do, open that, print line, found a penny, and return 1. I think. Oh yeah, I need the macro invocation. Function value and sense is never used. Yes, I'm well aware. So patterns that bind to values. Okay, so we have another kind of enum. So we have enum US state. We have Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, and then you just too lazy to and then we have the coin, and so let's go ahead and add derive debug. We want to look more later. Change one of our enum variants to hold data inside of it. From 1999 through 2008, the United States minted quarters with different designs. So quarter should also be a struct with a US state. And use the tuple variant pattern instead. Quarter state. Yeah. When we print line state quarter from where? And we say the state. Return 25. Turn that song up just for myself, just a little. I'm not gonna touch it for anybody of you. Any of y'all. So have that set up. Call value and sense coin quarter US state Alaska. So if we say this coin equals coin quarter US state Alaska. right? Say let this coin equal that. Something, no? Coin would be the coin quarter US state Alaska. We recall the, okay. So then we say value in cents of this coin. Right, and then let's go to cargo run. State quarter from Alaska. We then can use that binding in the print line expression. That's getting the interstate value of the coin enum. So that's inside of the function, right? The inner type value of the sum case when using the option T. We can also handle option T using match. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. Let's say we want to write a function that takes in option 32. There's a value inside, adds 1 to that value. If there isn't a value inside, the function should return none and not attempt to perform any actions. Okay. So then let's write these things. Okay, so we have an +1, which should take the option for a 32-bit int, and it should return also an option for a 32-bit. So we match X, and if X is not, and if X is if X doesn't exist, we just return none. And if it's some I, we return some I plus 1. I like to be a little bit more explicit, but it doesn't like semicolon. Return not a struct enum or union, really. What's going on here? Okay, match X. None is none, or some I plus 1. Diagnostics, not a struct enum or union. Really? What's happening? Oh, okay, hang on. Let 5 equal some 5. 6 equals +1 to 5. Let none +1 to. Oh. Prefix with underscore. What happens if I put turn none? No. Turn sum of I plus 1. Yeah, there we go. Derive Yeah. Ooh, that's... I'm liking this track. What track is this? Moonflowers by Mega Neko. Nice. So, we say in the code, let's examine the first execution of +1. More detail, when we call +1 5, the variable x in the in the thing +1. Let the value sum 5. We then compare that against each match arm. So we have none. We return none. The sum 5 value doesn't match the pattern none, so we continue arm. Sum match none. +1. Yep. So it matches. There's no value to add to, so the program stops and returns the none value. Got it. Combining match. Combining match and enums is useful in many situations. You'll see this pattern a lot in Rust code. Match against an enum, bind a variable to the data inside, then execute the code and execute code based on it. A bit tricky at first, but once you get used to it, you'll wish you had it in all languages. It's consistently a user favorite. So you have matches are exhaustive. There's one other aspect of match we need to discuss. The arms patterns must cover all possibilities. Consider the version of our +1 function, which has a bug and won't compile. We didn't handle the none case, so this code will cause a bug. Luckily, it's a bug Rust knows how to catch. We try to compile this code. We get this error. So we match X, pattern none is not covered. So if we say +1 and we instead, we don't bother. None is not covered, none exhaust. Okay, yeah. It's already giving me the error. I don't even have to look through the compiler. Catch all patterns and the underscore placeholder. Add fancy hat, remove fancy hat, and other. Using enums, we can also take special actions for a few particular variables. Imagine we're implementing a game where if you roll a 3 on a dice roll, your player doesn't move, but instead it gets a new fancy hat. If you roll a 7, your player loses a fancy hat. For all other values, your player moves that number of spaces on the game board. Match implements that logic. With the result of the dice roll hard-coded rather than a random value, and all other logic represented by functions without bodies, because actually implementing them is out of scope for this. Okay, so there's other. First two arms, the patterns are literal values 3 and 7. Winded! Teaching the ways. Oh, I'm not sensei right now, I'm just senpai. I'm not, right now I am merely senpai. I am not teaching, I am merely also learning. Uwu in the mix. I don't know what that means. Uwu, no. I'm not going to do that. I do have a little bit of self-respect. But anyway, what are you up to, Winded? Is Huni streaming tonight? I prefer though. I don't like the ones with A either. That's a little bit more feminine than I'm used to. I like the one that starts with O. I'll do that someday, maybe. Way too much caffeine. I'm doing okay. I've getting back into streaming again after 2 weeks of break. I don't know if I'll be able to catch it actually. Because I've been kind of passing out at around 10, and she starts at 11. But yeah, Huni, yeah, she's adorable. I was actually just in a conversation with previous chatter Hanny about the VTubers and the ideas of like what is it, why is a VTuber like so different as far as content? Why do people get mad at VTubers? And a lot of it doesn't make sense. Like, a lot of it is there are people out there who are mad for reasons that don't exist. Like, I remember seeing on Twitter when VTubing was first popping off, people went, "Oh, they're all AI. They don't exist." And it's like, well, wait a minute, hang on. No, they're not AI. They're real people, just with cartoon avatars. And then there's the, like, my position on it at some point becomes, hey, this is kayfabe or not. It's the middle ground between what I'm doing currently, which is I'm just the disembodied voice of the God of Abraham in your ears, with no face, and actually having a face on camera. And for a lot of people, all it is just giving the viewer something that they can relate to, giving them, you know, a human wants to see a pair of eyes and a mouth. I do know at some point that I want to be a cartoon person at some point. But that's all dependent on, one, I want to make sure that I can keep streaming as an actual habit and try and build some kind of audience. We prefer anonymity. Most tend to be very socially awkward too. Yeah, I know at some point, as long as I can keep up the habit of streaming, I want to commit to the idea of being a cartoonman. But as far as not streaming the past 2 weeks, like 2 weeks ago, I had a work thing pop up that kept me way too busy to actually stream. Like, I had to basically run an errand the day my Wednesday, which is my stream day. Can I snooze that? I can't snooze it. Well, we got an ad in about 30 seconds, or in about a minute. What was I saying? Do I only stream? That's at least the day I want to commit to, is Wednesday. I want to commit to Wednesdays, and I want to stream more often than that. But I want to commit to Wednesday. But 2 Wednesdays ago, a work thing popped up that had me run out of town real quick on when I was supposed to stream. And then last week, a buddy of mine popped up out of nowhere and needed some help with something. And I didn't want to leave him hanging. It's like, well, yeah, let's go ahead and take care of this thing that you need done. He was kind of hard up on something that he needed, and I'm like, okay, yeah. Let me help you out. Not the least of which was I was the one that kind of put him in that situation, unfortunately. I felt really bad about it. But yeah, we're back to Wednesdays, and I felt like I had no idea what I wanted to do. Did I want to work on Scarbot? Did I want to work on the short version of what had happened is he doesn't know how to work a cryptocurrency wallet. And when he first got into crypto, he used a wallet that is no longer supported. So we had to go through the painstaking process of finding a way to export the wallet into a format that he knew how to do. That we all knew how to work with. So I was like, okay, yeah. When he first got into cryptocurrency, I was the one that told him to use this wallet because it's the one everyone uses. And then it turns out, like a year or two later, was it parity? Because that's the problem we had, is that he had a parity wallet, and the parity wallet itself no longer exists, which is one problem. And almost no one accepts the format that the parity wallet actually works with. So we had to do this rigmarole of a process to actually make it all work. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't worried. Didn't want to know. Today I didn't know if I wanted to work on Medivh, if I wanted to work on Scarbot, or if I wanted to just keep going into like the more Rust. I'm still not sure if I want to write Scarbot in Python or if I want to write Scarbot in Rust. I have a lot inside of Scarbot that's kind of working. In fact, I'm significantly further in the process of getting Scarbot to work in Python than I am in Rust. Oh yeah. Well, Scarbot is in fact, I'll just show you. Let's see, is it Python? Is it live detector? No, it's not any of that. It is Scarbot. Yeah, there we go. So if I do, let's see, is it Twitch? Not Twitch creds, Vim, T-bot? Let's see, initial channels aperture, yeah. So let's do source venv bin activate. And then we'll grab, actually, let's see, main.py. No. So let's go into the source, not source. YTbot, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, instead of channel ID Mozambique, let's do channel ID aperture. And let's get rid of all of this, and then we'll try to do Python main.py. Cannot import name Twitchbot. Oh, that's right, because I renamed it. From tbot import Twitch reader. Twitch bot, Twitch reader. Okay, cool. So then we get out of this again. We run it. So now chat should be showing up. Hello. See that? So technically I have... So chat is now showing up inside of this program, and not only is it showing up there, if I got it working correctly, YouTube chat should also... YouTube chat. Come on, work for me. Work with me here. Is my YouTube chat not public? Hang on, is my YouTube not public? Have I been streaming to YouTube on an unlisted? Hang on. Tell me it's not unlisted. No, it exists. Oh, you know what? No. YouTube chat doesn't work right now, but here's something I can do. Yes, I am streaming to YouTube. Where is the other thing I was doing? Hang on. Things are going to disappear for a second. Let me see if I can... Check 1, 2. Did that work? It did. Okay. So, check that out. I actually am also embedding a my Discord, one of my channels, the live streaming channel. That's something I also want to implement as part of an overlay. It's not working on YouTube just yet, but it is kind of a step one. I kind of want it to be the all-in-one chat manager. Right now, the proof of concept stuff is all written in Python. Eventually, we'll get somewhere with it. But yes, if you're curious, my YouTube stream is over there. Now, I also am aware that you have 10 seconds to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that message is going away. I know Twitch doesn't like it when they see... let's see, Rust, enums, there we go. Pull that up. They don't like the idea of cross-promoting. Anyway, Scarbot is sort of what I want as a solution for really just to do a combined chat overlay. But not just to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I also want to include Discord. Because at some point, like, I think we all accept that Discord is probably the best chat anyway. I'm part of the way there. Just part of the way there. Let me turn down the music for myself just a touch. But yeah, okay, so. I guess the ad is maybe over. So let's get back to, what was I doing? Okay, yeah. So then, using enums, we can also take special actions. Walked away for and missed the deleted. Well, let's put it this way. My username on YouTube is the same as my username on Twitch. You can just plug in youtube.com/@that, and it'll take you to my YouTube channel, where I also happen to be streaming at a much higher quality. So using enums, we can take special actions for a few particular values. But for all of the values, take one default action. Imagine we're implementing a game where if you roll a 3... Oh, okay, yeah. So we're doing what's called a switch case, which is you want to execute a certain amount of code. A certain code, like you give it a dice roll. A dice roll value. So in this case, we let dice roll equal 9. And then we say, if dice roll, we want to match the case to a dice roll. If you've ever done like an if-then statement, it's kind of like an if-then statement, but usually an if-then the value is either true or false. With a match case, or in C, if you're familiar with C, you have a switch case. You have a switch case that says, if it's this, then do this. If it's that, then do that. So we say, let the dice roll equal to 9. It's not important that it's 9, but we do switch case on dice roll. If dice roll is equal to 3, then we do add fancy hat, right? If the dice roll is equal to 7, we remove the fancy hat. And if it's other, we move the player. So I guess the other is the catch-all for any other value. For the first two arms, the patterns are literal values 3 and 7. For the last arm, that covers every other possible value. Pattern is the variable we've chosen to name other. Oh, it can be any variable. Okay. Can it just be like you just name a variable and it goes? Is that why people say underscore? Okay. The code that runs for the other arm uses the variable by passing it to the move player function, right? Oh, okay. Could you do like other and then define it as let me just close all these. Let's say let dice roll 9. Then we match to dice roll. 3 we do add hat. 7 we remove hat. But instead of 3 we say other. Can we define it as like if it's other, if it's an I8, then we say move player other, right? Could we make sure that other is an 8-bit integer? So we say fn add hat, and then we'll just define remove hat and move player num spaces. Actually, this is an unsigned 8, so let's make it unsigned instead of signed. Let consider using const expected bang. Expected an item. Oh, not a semicolon, a comma. Right? The diagnostics, expected bang. Really? Did it expect bang? Expected an item. That's super weird. Okay. What if I got rid of the U8 stuff? Consider using const. We'll just say const. Dice roll is 9. Const dice roll U8. Should have upper snake. Ah, Jesus. Keyword match. I should probably put all of this inside of that. And then we'll just define that up here. Right? Prefix with an... Yeah, please. Let's prefix with an underscore to stop getting that warning. Please prefix with an underscore. Got it. Okay, so. For the first two arms, now can I... If I say other... Can I define other that it has to be a U8? Other 16, right? Could I say unsigned 16-bit? Not find value other in this. What? Specifying the type of a pattern is okay. Specifying the type of a pattern isn't supported. Okay. So other just has to be a catch-all. So for the first two arms, the patterns are literal values of 3 and 7. For the last arm, that covers every other possible value. The pattern is the variable we've chosen to name other. The code that runs for the other arm uses the variable by passing it to the move player function. Okay. It compiles, even though we haven't listed all the possible values a U8 can have. Because the last pattern will match all values not specifically listed, this catch-all pattern meets the requirement that match must be exhaustive. We must note that we have to put the catch-all arm last because the patterns are evaluated in order. If we put the catch-all arm earlier, the other arms would never run, so Rust will warn us if we add arms after a catch-all. The problem that you kind of run into there is... Because, so like, here's where I get fucked up. Move player, the move player function only accepts an unsigned 8-bit integer. What if we didn't hard define dice roll to be an unsigned 8-bit? What if dice roll could be like anything? It could even be a string. Can we do... Hello world, and say, handle string, of that. No, it wouldn't be, it would be on that. And say, string, mismatch, okay, so, it expected unsigned 8-bit. So for a match case, it has to be all types, or it has to match for that type. So you can't do like, I guess you would call like match type of dice roll or something like that. Now that error is because it's obviously not how you would actually do it, but you would first, if you have something and it should be, like it could be an unsigned 8-bit or it could be a string, I get the feeling that somewhere along the line someone is going to say, hey, if that, if your variable could be an unsigned 8-bit or it could be a string, you fucked up somewhere about 8 hours ago and you need to start over. So let's leave it at that. Kind of like if you're doing piping for water, if you need a 5-way pipe joint, like that was probably one of my favorite. If you're doing like water piping or plumbing, because I saw this video on YouTube of like, oh, a life hack of some dude doing a 5-way pipe joint, and the top comment was, okay, if you run into a situation where you need a 5-way pipe joint, you fucked up 5 hours ago and you need to restart. That's how you deal with a 5-way pipe joint. Anyway, so Rust also has a pattern we can use when we want to catch all, but we don't want to use the value in the catch all pattern. Definitely ran into similar situations. Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of like wiring instead of piping, where I've had to do one wire that could theoretically go to like 5 different places. But now, granted, so many different things can go to ground that it's probably a good idea. But you should probably like maybe daisy chain ground if you're gonna do that. Now don't worry, I'm still working in 5-volt DC. I'm not working in 120 AC. Rust has a pattern we can use when we want to catch all, don't want to use it. Underscore. Underscore is a special pattern that matches any value and does not bind to that value. So it's like, I don't give a shit what this value is. I'm not going to do anything with it. Just fuck it and go. This tells Rust we aren't going to use the value. So Rust won't warn us about an unused variable. If you can ground individually, then that'll always be best, but you can daisy chain. Yep. So let's change the rules of the game. Now, if you roll anything other than 3 or 7, you must roll again. We no longer need to use the catch-all value, so we can change our code to use underscore instead of the variable named other. So we just take away other, re-roll, move player. We don't need that anymore. FN re-roll. And then we say handle string. Let's just get rid of that. This example also meets the exhaustiveness requirement. Well, it does by definition, because underscore is, here's your 2 actual options. If it's 3, you add a fancy hat. If it's 7, you remove the fancy hat. If it's literally any motherfuck thing else, you re-roll. So it's, yeah, it's by definition exhaustive. We're explicitly ignoring all other values in the last arm. We haven't forgotten anything. I get the feeling that the underscore will fuck people at some point. This example, finally, we'll change the rules of the game one more time. Okay, so what are we doing? Let dice roll equal 9. Match the dice roll. Wait, what? Nothing else happens on your turn if you roll anything other than a 3 or 7. We can express that by using the unit value. Oh, okay. Yeah. We're calling, so that's all the changes is instead of calling reroll, we call nothing. Oh, an empty tuple. Okay, it's not a function, it's we're returning an empty tuple. Got it. Using the unit value, the empty tuple type we mentioned in the tuple type section as the code that goes with the anything goes arm. Man, like, for syntax purposes, that looks so fucking ugly. Like, it's not intuitive at all what any of that means. So that's why I like Python. A lot of Python is pretty well intuitive. You can look at code and you can tell almost immediately what it does. This, it's, okay, let's match dice roll. If dice roll is 3, you add a fancy hat. If it's 7, you remove fancy hat. What the fuck does underscore mean? And what the fuck does a set of parentheses with no code mean? You actually have to know how Rust works to know that underscore means anything, and also that it means, not only does it mean anything, it means whatever it is, we're not going to use it and we don't care. And then that it specifically returns an empty variable. That is not, oh man, that is so ugly. I guess I just have to accept ugliness into my life. So here we're telling Rust explicitly that we aren't going to use any other value that doesn't match a pattern in an earlier arm, and we don't want to run any code. There's more patterns and matching. For now, we're going to move on to the if-let syntax, which can be useful in situations where the match expression is a bit wordy. So we're now back to, oh, no, hang on. Nope. There we go. So, concise control flow. Oh, you're heading out for a little bit, winded? I'll see you in a minute. So what else are we doing? The if-let syntax lets you combine if and let into a less verbose way to handle values that match one pattern while ignoring the rest. Consider the program in listing 6.6, matches on an option U8, the config max variable, but only wants to execute code if the value is the sum variant. Okay. So for now, let's just we'll say let config max equal some value, which is actually the number 3, but the number 3 expressed as an unsigned 8-bit integer. So we say match config max. If it's sum max, we say print line. And then we say the maximum is configured to be that max. So that's comma. And for anything else, we do nothing. A match that only cares about executing code when value is sum. Hang on just a second. All right, I'm leaning back in my chair now a little bit. I didn't want to do the grunt of readjusting my chair. Okay, instead we could write this in a shorter way using if-let. If-let sum max equals config max. Oh, okay. So that's kind of a shorthand for this. So we say if-let sum max config max. And we say print line. Max is configured to be right? That is a little kind of like that is also something that's not entirely intuitive to read, because like if we instantiate a max variable that isn't a none, like what are we defining? Are we defining sum max? Are we defining max itself and then testing if it is a sum Yeah, that is super weird. Syntax if let takes a pattern and an expression separated by an equal sign. If it works the same way as a match, where the expression is given to the match and the pattern is its first arm. In this case, the pattern is some match. Okay, I guess that's a way to put it. So it is almost exactly this. You say if let, and then that's just the thing. That's just the statement to do a match. And then the equal sign is the reversing. Wait, no, it isn't the reversing. Oh, man. That is so weird. That is incredibly awkward. Okay. The pattern is sum max, and the max binds the value inside of sum. And we can use the sum. We can use max in the body of the if let block, same way we used max, the corresponding match arm. The code in the if let block isn't run if the value doesn't match the pattern. That looks like one of those syntactic sugar things. And unless there's very specifically an extra... If there... Like some extra stuff that if let lets you do that a match case doesn't let you do, I think I would rather just be explicit and say and just do the match case. Like, yeah, you're expressing things in less lines of code, but it's only one. For one, it's only one less line, right? That's one. That's your first problem. Is it's only one less line. You haven't actually. You've introduced a layer where there can be some confusion. I would hope that if let actually enables some extra stuff. Let's see. Less typing, less indentation, and less boilerplate. I would rather be explicit. Maybe that's the Python in me speaking. Explicit is better than implicit. You lose. In fact, it does less. You lose the exhaustive checking that match enforces. Choosing between match and if let depends on what you're doing in your particular situation and whether gaining conciseness is an appropriate trade-off for losing exhaustive checking. So you see where this gets frustrating for a man like me. In other words, if you can think of if let as syntax, in fact, it literally says it is just syntax sugar for a match that runs code when a value matches one pattern and ignores all other values. Yeah, it's just sugar, and it's even less features. Yeah, I'd just rather be implicit. I don't know. It enables less. So in other words, you can think of if let as syntax sugar for a match code that runs, or match that runs code. Okay. We can include an else with an if let. The block of code that goes with the else is the same as the block of code that would go with the everything else case. Match expression. So we have this, but then we can turn it into this in theory. So we have coin. Oh, we had coin up here, didn't we? We deleted the coin stuff. Right? We have coin, we have value in cents, we have match coin, we have +1, We have all of this code here, right? Okay, so what we can do then, there's state, there's value in cents, there's coin. Okay. Got it. So we say let mut count equals 0 if let coin quarter state. Ooh, hello. Jamming on this right now. State quarter from state, and that's why we had debug enabled for the coin. Was it for the coin or the D or the? I think it was define. Oh, what was it? Debug? Debug. Yeah, derive debug. Derive debug for US state. So then we're enabled then where okay. So we have else count plus 1, which means we set count for those playing the home game, not programmers. Count plus equals 1 means probably the best example would be to say count plus equals 2. Plus equals means take this value and add the right one to it. So whatever count was, whatever count was, we add 2 to it, and now count is equal to plus 2. Not find coin. So if we say coin equal to coin US state quarter. Actually, let coin. Oh, we do want count to be mutable. Try to construct one of the enums variants. What? Coin penny. Coin quarter. There we go. That's what I'm thinking of. Wait. U.S. state Alabama or Alaska. Wait, really? What was I missing? Alabama. No. If we do this, oh no. Defining an enum, coin, quarter, no. Quarter. So quarter US state. I'm gonna sit back up. Back on my bullshit. So coin quarter Alaska. Is that what I'm looking for? Cannot find value Alaska in this scope. US state. Cannot tuple struct or tuple variant quarter. Oh, coin quarter US state Alaska. Variable count is assigned to, but never considered. Okay, print line. Count. Got it. So if we were to call value in cents, oh, am I being pinged somewhere? Hang on just a second. Oh, thought I was being pinged. I guess not. So, we would call value in cents, coin quarter US state Alaska, coin would be coin quarter. Wait, no. Go back to chapter 6.3. Date from quarter, whatever. Has logic that is too verbose to express using a match. Remember that if let is in your Rust toolbox as well. For now, we've now covered how to use enums to create custom types that can be one of a set of enumerated values. Now covered how to use enums to create custom types that can be one of a set. Your Rust programs can now express concept in your domain using structs and enums. Custom types in your API ensures safety. Compiler will make certain your functions only get values of the type each function expects. Provide a well-organized API to your users that is straightforward. Managing growing projects with packages, crates, and modules. Ooh. Oh, man. So packages and crates. A crate, smallest amount of code that the Rust compiler considers at a time. You run rustc rather than cargo and pass a single source code file. Now the compiler considers that file to be a crate. Crates contain modules. Crate can come in two forms, a binary crate or a library crate. Programs you can compile into an executable that you can run. Command line programmer server. Library crates don't have a main function and they don't compile to an executable. Instead, they define functionality intended to be shared with multiple projects. The rand crate, okay, so the crate root is a source file that the Rust compiler starts from. A package is a bundle of one or more crates that provides a set of functionality. Okay. A package can contain as many binary crates as you like, but at most only one library crate. Really? Oh, okay, if you make a package must contain at least one crate, whether that's a library or a binary. That's weird. That's actually kind of interesting. Library crates. So library crates don't have a main function. They're just an API. Most of the time when Rust stations say crate, they mean a library crate, and they use crate interchangeably with the general programming concept of a library. A crate root is a source file. Makes it the root module of your crate. In the defining modules to control scope and privacy. Okay. A package. A package contains a cargo.toml that describes how to build these crates. Cargo is actually a package that contains a binary crate for a command line tool you've been using to build your code. Oh wait. Yeah. The cargo package also contains a library crate that the binary crate depends on. We enter the cargo project. First we enter the command cargo new my project. We create the binary package, and it creates the toml and the source. Okay. We run cargo new. Here we have a package that only contains source main.rs. Okay. Modules cheat sheet. Okay. Control scope and privacy. System name paths. Use keyword. We're now getting into like pulling in libraries and pulling in code that other people wrote, and this is the intended way to do it. The pub keyword to make items public. Discuss the as keyword. You heard that? That was my elbow. External packages and the glob operator. First, we're going to start with a list of rules. For easy reference when you're organizing your code in the future. Each of the rules in detail. Here we provide a quick reference on how modules, paths, the use keyword, and the pub keyword work in compiler. How most developers organize their code. We're going through examples of each of these rules throughout this chapter, but this is a great place to refer to as a reminder of how modules work. Okay, so start from the crate root. So usually source librs for a library and then source mainrs for a binary for code to compile. Looks in the crate root file. In the crate root file, you can declare new modules. Declare a garden module with mod garden. Compiler will look for the module's code in these places: inline within curly brackets, the file garden.rs, or in the file directory garden mod.rs. Inline within curly. Okay, so declaring submodules in any file other than the crate root, you can declare submodules. For example, you might declare mod veggies in the garden.rs. Compiler will look for these submodules code within the directory for the parent module, these places. Okay, garden vegetables. Okay. Yeah. I'm familiar with all this. This is all like kind of standard. I'm not used to the naming convention of mod.rs. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, once a module is part of your crate, you can refer to code in that module from anywhere else in the same crate, as long as the privacy rules allow, using the path to the code. For an example, an asparagus type in the garden vegetables module would be found at crate garden vegetables asparagus. Private versus public. There's to make a module public, declare it with pub mod. Set a mod to make items within a public module public as well. Use pub before their declarations. Within a scope, the use keyword creates shortcuts to items to reduce repetition along paths. In any scope that can refer to crate garden vegetables asparagus, you can create a shortcut with use crate garden vegetables asparagus. And from then on, you only need to write asparagus to make use of that type in the scope. Here we create a binary crate named backyard that illustrates these rules. The crate's directory, also named backyard, contains these files and directories. So we have backyard, which gives us a cargo lock, a cargo toml. And then in the source files, we have vegetables, we have a garden RS, and then we have a main RS. So there's a backyard module, and there's a garden submodule to the backyard. And within the garden submodule, there's another submodule called vegetables. Okay. Okay, so use crate, garden, vegetables, asparagus. Interesting that it says use crate. That's kind of weird. When I was experimenting with like other code, I wasn't saying like, oh, hey, crate. Interesting. So, because usually it'd be just like, yeah, just use garden. This part tends to get skipped. I wonder what that's about. So the pubmob garden line tells the compiler to include the code it finds in source garden rs, which in this case, the garden rs is just creating a pubmob vegetables, and then inside of vegetables, we're just creating pub struct asparagus. Grouping related code into modules. Okay, so we have front of house, hosting, serving. Oh, whoops. We're the hosts. Okay. So there's a restaurant, like a library crate that provides functionality for a restaurant. So we have the module front of house, the module hosting. Interesting that it's like, I don't know if so there's module, right? But there's also struct and impl. What stops a person from, like, what's the big difference between a module and just making a struct? I guess the module is expected to be part of. Oh yeah, that's the fucking name of the chapter. Control scope and privacy. I'm such a fucking dumbass. Because the idea is that you're creating, is that mod defines that this is an API that someone else might use. Right? So okay, so the crate, oh yeah, we're back in the vegetables. So we have seat at table, we have add to waitlist. We define a module with the mod keyword followed by the name of the module, front of house. And none of these are public. Okay. Body module then goes inside the curly brackets, obviously. Inside modules, we can place other modules, hosting and serving. Modules can hold definitions for other items such as structs, enums, constants, traits, and functions. Yeah, there's front of house, there's hosting and serving. Hosting has add to waitlist table, serving has take order, serve order, take payment. Oh, my contacts are starting to bother me actually. The tree shows how some of the, okay, so we have, we got modules. Paths for referring to an item in the module tree. So an absolute path is the full path starting from the crate root. For code from an external crate, the absolute path begins with the crate name. For the code from the current crate, got it. Okay. It starts with the literal crate. So a relative path starts from the current module and uses self, super, or an identifier in the current module. Double colons. So we have mod front of house, we have mod hosting, we have function add to waitlist. The eat at restaurant function is part of our library crate. Public API, so we mark it with the pub keyword. We'll show two ways to call the add to waitlist function from a new function, eat at restaurant. So public, there's eat at restaurant, absolute path, crate, front of house. Wait, a relative, okay. You are inside of the restaurant module, and you're saying with relative path, you can say, oh, well, we want to get into the front of house module. And then from there, we want to get into the hosting. And then we want to get to add to waitlist. Okay. So calling add to waitlist, absolute paths. It won't wait. However, if we move the module name dining. So cargo build, okay. Say Module hosting is private. Wait, really? Okay. Oh, wait. Add function add to waitlist is not publicly. Oh, so you would need to do pub mod hosting. Okay. Told us the hosting module is private. So unfortunately, the code list still results in an error because add to waitlist is a private function. So basically, this code is bad because it's trying, because inside of the eat at restaurant function, you're trying to call the create front of house hosting add to waitlist, but front of house maybe is public, but hosting is only public now. Add to waitlist is not public, so add to waitlist is a private function. Yep. So we want to do pub mod hosting, pub fn add to waitlist. Got it. Now the code compiles. Interesting that front of house isn't, I guess, because like if you can go, I guess you can go one child down and say like, it doesn't matter if eat at restaurant, if we're in the module called eat at rest, not the module, but the module called dining, and dining has eat at restaurant, it can call front of house whether front of house is public or private. Add to waitlist with respect to privacy rules. Because you can be outside of front of house, right? And you can call front of house. There's no privacy concerns there. The front of house module is defined. Okay, in the absolute path, we start with the crate root of our crates module tree. The front of house module is defined in credit root. Why? In fact, they're covering it right now. While front of house isn't public, because the eat at restaurant function is defined in the same module as front of house, that is, eat at restaurant and front of house are siblings, we can refer to front of house from eat at restaurant. Next is the hosting module marked with pub. We can access the parent module of hosting, so we can access hosting. Yep. Yep. So in the relative path, the logic is the same as the absolute path, except for the first step. Okay. Rather than starting from the crate root, the path starts from front of house. The front of house module is defined within the same module, so the relative path works. Packages with a binary and a library. A package can contain both a main file and a lib file. Both crates will have the same package name by default. Typically, packages with this pattern of containing both a lib and a bin will usually just, the bin will just call code in the library. Okay. Module tree should be defined in librs. Then any public items can be used in the binary crate. Start by starting paths. Okay, chapter 12 will demonstrate starting relative paths with super. Struct relative paths. Begin in the parent module rather than the current module or crate root by using super at the start of the path. This is like starting a file system with the .. syntax. Using super allows to reference an item that we know is in the parent module. Aha. Which can make rearranging the module tree easier when the module is closely related to the parent. We have 7.8, we have deliver order, module back of house, cook order, we have cook order, and then super deliver order. Got it. Interesting that Like, it's not very not very good in terms of like people who do object-oriented stuff. But I guess that's kind of the nature of the beast, isn't it? Pub to designate structs as enums as public. Okay. It's the toast field at back of house breakfast club. Struct as public. So if it's public, would I still need to take ownership of it? Because the toast field at back of house breakfast club. Okay, so let's go back up a little bit. So we have a back of house module. We have a struct that is a toast and a seasonal fruit, but only the toast is public. We implement breakfast. We have summer, which takes a toast, and then breakfast, and returns a breakfast, and then with using that, we create the breakfast with the given toast. And then we have a seasonal fruit, which is peaches. Okay, eat at restaurant. Order a breakfast in the summer with rye toast. So we let meal, which is a mutable thing, is a breakfast. So we call the back of house module, which doesn't have to be public. Then we say we want a breakfast, but we want a summer breakfast, which is rye. So it returns returns an actual instantiated breakfast. Yeah, an instantiated breakfast with rye toast, and it's gonna have peaches. Change our mind about what bread we'd like. Meal.toast. String from wheat. Wait, so then that means that... Oh, okay, the next line won't compile if we uncomment it. We're not allowed to see or modify the seasonal fruit. So, but that means toast, a public variable, is also mutable. We can write and read to toast using dot notation. Notice that we can't use seasonal fruit. The seasonal fruit is try uncommenting the line. Okay. Because back of house breakfast has a private field, the struct needs to provide public associated function that constructs an instance of breakfast. We summer here. If breakfast didn't have such a function, we couldn't create an instance of breakfast in eat at restaurant because we couldn't set the value of the private season of fruit. If we make an enum public, all of its variants are then public. We only need the pub before the enum. So we have back of house, we have appetizer, which is, we can either choose between a soup or a salad. Because we made the enum public, we can use soup and salad variants. Enums aren't very useful unless their variants are public. It would be annoying to have to annotate all enum variants with pub. One more situation involving pub that we have not covered. Our last module system feature, the use keyword. We'll cover use by itself first, then we'll show how to combine with pub and use. Okay. Bringing paths into scope with the use keyword. Having to write out the paths to call the functions can feel inconvenient and repetitive. In listing 7.7, whether we chose the absolute or relative path to the add to waitlist. So we have mod front of house, public. We have the public module hosting. We have public function add to waitlist. We bring front of house hosting into the scope of eat at restaurant. Front of house hosting, public function eat at restaurant. Adding use and a path in scope is similar to creating a symbolic link in the file system. Oh, okay. Hosting is now a valid name in that scope, just as though hosting Module had been defined in the crate root. Paths brought into scope with use also check privacy, just like any other paths. Note that use only creates the shortcut for the particular scope in which the use occurs. Listing 712 moves the eat at restaurant function into a new child module named customer, which is then a different scope than the use statement. So the function will not compile. Compiler error shows that the shortcut no longer applies with the customer module. So module customer, eat at restaurant. Okay. So you would want to take... Okay, so this code isn't going to work, what it's telling us. But customer... The reason why it doesn't work is because we're bringing the hosting module into scope here, but now we've left scope because we're inside of the customer scope. Creating idiomatic use paths. You might have wondered why we specified use, create, front of house hosting, then called hosting add to waitlist in eat at restaurant, rather than specifying the use path all the way out to add a waitlist. Oh yeah. Both 711 and 713 accomplish is the idiomatic way to bring a function into scope with use. Bringing the function's parent module into scope with use means we have to specify the parent module when calling the function. Specifying the parent module, calling the function makes it clear that the function isn't locally defined, because it basically it's syntax sugar, but it's cool syntax sugar, and it's like, you don't just import the... I'm thinking in Python terms. You don't just import the function itself. You import the library and then call the function. Nathaniel Bumpo. By the way, hi. First message. How you doing? How do you feel today? Use super : super : So from... Oh, that'd be funny. So if we're in like... You could, where was that customer? Yeah, customer. You could say mod customer, and then you could introduce a new line, use super : front of house : hosting. Or like, how many layers of bullshit deep do you want to go before you're importing code? Like, you have to crawl out of your own asshole and then crawl into the other one. Like 3 layers deep to get to new code. So, although both 711 and 713 accomplish... Okay, yeah. On the other hand, when bringing in structs, enums, and other items with use, yeah, it's idiomatic to specify the whole path. To bring the standard library's hash map. So we have standard collections hash map, which hash map, I'm to understand, is effectively the dictionary from Python. There's no strong reason behind this idiom. It's just kind of the convention. It's what we do, motherfucker. And folks have gotten used to reading and writing Rust code this way. The exception to this idiom is if we're bringing in 2 items with the same name into scope with use statements, because Rust doesn't allow that. So if we say standard format and standard IO... Oh, okay, that's why. So there's FMT result and then there's IO result. Got it. And they're, strictly speaking, separate functions. How to bring 2 result types. As you can see, the parent module distinguishes... Instead, we use standard format result. We'd have 2 result types, and you just can't have that. You gotta go change. You can't be wearing the same dress to the party. Providing new names with the key... with the as keyword. Okay. For example, standard collections hash map is actually defined in standard collections hash map. Ah, okay. Wait. So you can, I guess you can. So let me Let me see if I get this correctly. So there's mod standard, right? No, hang on. So there's mod, and we'll just call this Sundered. And inside of mod Sundered, there's a mod of collections, right? Actually, hang on. Mod collections, right? And inside of mod collections, we have use hash map. Something like that, right? Because there's also mod hash. There's also mod map, and inside of that there's mod map, and there's mod hash map, right? So is that kind of the structure that I'm thinking of, Nathaniel? Or am I crazy? Mods also apply to files and directories, so there's a directory standard with a collections directory, with a hash directory, with a map RS. Yeah. So, I mean, this I'm laying it out as a single file, but that's not too far off from the structure that's playing out, right? Am I right, or am I crazy? Because we want to expose hash map a little earlier on, but we want to actually define it a little deeper. Okay. And so we have, where did we go? We have the as keyword. The as keyword works almost the same as in Python. It works close enough that I imagine there's probably not going to be, so re-exporting names, that it's not going to be a big problem to just think of it as the same as Python. There's probably devils in the details, but that's not important right now. So we bring the name into scope with keyword. The name available in the new scope is private. To enable the code that calls our code to refer to that name as if it had been defined in that code's scope. Combine pub and use. So then is that valid? So we import hosting, but we import it in a public way, which means submodules, the Eat It restaurant can actually call add to waitlist, because call hosting add to waitlist, because it's a public usage called re-exporting. Okay, this technique is called re-exporting because we're bringing an item into scope, but also making that item available for others to bring into scope. Before this change, external code would have to call this add to waitlist function by using the path restaurant front hosting waitlist. Now that this pub use has re-exported the hosting module from the root, external code can now use the path restaurant hosting. So using external packages, okay, I more or less already kind of get this. So but I should probably, I'll just remove this code. Yep. Get out of that. Go back. Run cargo add rand. Yeah. So cargo new, and we'll call this learn cargo. So we'll cd into learn cargo. Cargo add rand. Not rang. So let's see. In main. You can go into I hit the wrong one too quickly. So we have rang. Let's not do rang. Actually. Learn cargo. So is there a cargo remove? Cargo add rang. Cargo remove rang. Okay. That works. I like it. So members of the Rust community have made many packages available at crates.io. Yeah, so that's our PyPy. That crates.io is pypy.org. Relatively new command, so not everyone uses them. That makes sense. And pulling any of them. And I imagine there's probably also controls in the add, and there's probably controls in the add and the thing to where I can do version control. I can do the whole is it git equals that is HTTP GitHub whatever. There's probably controls for that too. So Bane cargo add help. That would probably be good to do. Yeah. Path. Okay. Path, git, branch, tag, rev. Okay. This is the catch-all, handling hashes to named references. So package to specify. Okay. There's a repo. You can use the repo. Note the standard library is also a crate, but standard library just is automatically installed everywhere. You can do name at version rec like cargo add surday1. Yeah, I need to get into surday because surday seems to be like where a lot of JSON gets handled. I imagine. I saw a lot of references to surday. So I think I'm gonna be doing looking into surday and trying to make that work for the project I'm looking at. Parsing a lot of JSON into I guess hash maps or vectors. Hash map. Hash maps of hash maps. I'm too used to dictionaries, man. I'm too used to Python. If we're using multiple items defined in the same crate or same module, listing each item on its own take up a lot of vertical space. Use statements we had in guessing game. Using nested paths to clear up large lists. So there's standard CMP ordering. Yep, okay. I've seen that before. Where you do the squirrely bracket to in case like, oh, you want to import 5 different things. Surday is basically for all serialization and deserialization. There's also Surday JSON for the Surday API. Okay. Is there a book for Surday? I should, you know what? I should not ask you. Surday book. There is a Surday book. Okay. I'll probably get into that later. Oh, wow. Okay. Partial list of data formats that have been implemented. So JSON. So there's Surday JSON. And I bet there's okay, so there's a Surday YAML. And that's going to be a specific... Okay, so you want Surday and you want Surday YAML. A superset of JSON, including some productions. Okay. Where was I? Okay, yeah, options. Okay, so I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with... we all of also bringing both IO and IO write into scope specifically. Interesting. To merge these two paths into one use statement, we can still do self, which just imports IO, and then write code actions to help manage my imports and collapsing them with squirrelies. Code actions. I feel like that's it's been a while since I've done any like actual fancy editing, like code actions. Why am I blanking on code actions? Visual Studio Code feature, user with possible corrective actions right next to an error warning. Okay, so you automate. You automate, yeah, an LSP thing. I'm still getting used to moving out of just blank Vim without any even code completion. So, moving into NeoVim and moving into like understanding an LSP is a lot to take in. So we have a glob operator, so we want to bring in everything. Yep, the wildcard. Interesting that instead of wildcard, they call it glob. So if we want everything, we just say, give me everything. Separating modules into different files. Okay, so far, all examples in this chapter define multiple modules in one file. Okay, this is where it gets interesting. Like, what's the structure for, let's see. Start from 7.17 that had multiple restaurant modules. We'll extract modules into files instead of having all the modules defined in the crate root file. In this case, the crate root file is librs. Wait, hang on. Okay. So, lib.rs. So we'll say mod front of house. We'll say pub use crate front of house hosting pub fn eat at restaurant. Hosting add to waitlist. Right? And it's gonna give me and it's gonna bother me if I try to save it because so much is undefined here, but whatever. So we also have source front of house .rs. Here pub mod hosting pub fn add to waitlist. Expected right curly? Wait, what? That can't actually be a expected right curly syntax error, but it's right there. Whatever. Sometimes the formatter can be weird, I've noticed. So front of house is its own file. Now, yeah, okay. Note that you only need to load a file using a mod declaration once in your module tree. Once the compiler knows the file is part of the project and knows where in the module tree the code resides because of where you've put the mod statement, other files in your project should refer to the loaded file's code using a path to where it was declared. I just read that entire thing and I didn't take in any of it. In other words, mod is not an include operation that you may have seen in other programming languages. Okay, so it's not an include. Front of house, pub mod hosting. To start moving hosting, we change front of house RS to contain only the declaration. Let's do it that way. Unresolved module, can't find module. Where is that? librs. Mod front of house. Wait. Oh, that there is a, wait. Did I write this down wrong? Mod front of house. Right, because you don't have a module called hosting yet. You said housing, but I know what you mean. So there's pub mod hosting. Did I not? This sounds like it's not part of my... Oh no, it is. Okay. Okay, so file name front of house should just be pubmod hosting. And we don't have a hosting, we don't actually have a hosting module, we just say that there should be a hosting module. It doesn't exist yet, but it will. Front of house. Okay, so if we add cargo source front of house hosting.rs, and then we say pub fn add to waitlist, right? And then we go back to front of house. There's there does exist a hosting module. So the file can actually be the declaration of... We don't actually need... Well, no, the front of house needs to declare it. But even in declaring it, the cargo then goes to, oh, there's probably a directory, and in the directory there's probably a hosting.rs. So the declaration exists in front of house. Okay. Yeah. Alternate file paths. Okay, yeah. So front of house, what we covered, mod.rs, old style, and still technically still supported. So mod.rs is kind of like our index.html, kind of. But instead of having an actual index file, we would just call it mod. But now instead of having that mod.rs, we just move up a directory and say front of house, like lib.rs, but for modules. Yeah. So we've moved each module's code into a separate file, and the module tree remains the same. The function calls in eat at restaurant. People didn't like having dozens of mod.rs files and not knowing which one is which. Fair. Super fair. So inside of lib.rs, we're saying that front of house should exist, and front of house does exist. And then we say we want to use a crate. We want to pull the, and we could probably get rid of that, right? Yeah, we want to publicly use front of house hosting. So we import, not necessarily front of house, but we go to front of house, and front of house has hosting, and hosting only has add to waitlist, right? So we pull in hosting and we call add to waitlist. So we're splitting packages into multiple crates. Next chapter, collection of data structures. Got it. Vector. Ooh, here we go. Here's the complex shit. The standard library includes a number of very useful data structures called collections. Unlike the built-in array and tuple types, the data these collections point to is stored on the heap. Well, not entirely. Wait, hang on. Unlike the built-in array and tuple types. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, the way it explained the string with a capital S is that there's a lot of metadata that's stored on the stack. But then the metadata that's stored on the stack is actually a pointer. Well, at least one of them is the pointer to where that string exists on the heap. A string is a vector of unsigned 8s. Yeah. I don't like that it's saying, oh, this is stored on the heap. Well, it's not fully and completely true. There's metadata that's stored in the stack. But mostly the metadata exists to point to where it exists in the heap. These data collections point to stored in the heap. Oh, the collection, quote unquote, the collection is stored on the stack, but the data that the collection points to is okay. Yeah. It's a long day. It's a long day. I'm I read good. I can look at words and grok meaning from them, which means the amount of data does not need to be known at the compile time and can grow or shrink. Yeah. Each kind of collection has different capabilities and costs. Choosing the appropriate one for your current situation is a skill you'll develop over time. A vector is an array. A string is an array of characters. And a hash map is a key value pair, or a set of key value pairs. It's particular in a more general data structure map. Okay. Collections by the standard library. Collections. We have bools, structs and enums, sequences, a DQ, and a linked list. Oh, that's fun. A hash map, a B-tree map, hash set. B-tree set. Okay. We will discuss how to create and update vectors. You know, one thing I did find, because I come from Python. I love me my dictionaries. And hash map just doesn't quite have the... Just a random comment. A hash map doesn't quite have the simplicity of usage of the dictionary. There's a lot like extra stuff there that you kind of have to do. A lot of like bookkeeping for hash maps, like oh here's how you insert, here's how you pull out. And then I saw that there was a library crate that just adds, not even really adds code. It looks like all it does is add macros to the hash map, so that you can make a hash map look and operate a lot like a dictionary, and I thought that was kind of cool. Oh, looks like we're on an ad break. Guess I'll take this minute to get up and stretch my legs just a little bit. I will be right back. And we're back. All right, let's turn off the back screen. Hope you didn't miss me too much. So let's do some bookkeeping work on my end that none of you see. Okay. Hash map is key value pairs. Okay, storing lists of values with vectors. Okay. Let's get out of here. Cargo, new, learn, collections. Oop, learn collections? Yeah. And we'll vim our way into here, into the main. All right. So we say let v, which is found to be a type of 32-bit vector, or a vector of 32-bit ints. Vec new. So we instantiate a new vector, bind it to V. Oh, nope. Bind it to V and say that V has to be 32-bit ints. Signed ints. We also have the shorthand. We have a push function, which is like an insert. Does that mean we have pop? We have the shorthand being a macro. Third is a borrowed 32-bit int. Okay, yeah. So we borrow the V vector, and we want... Wait, are we borrowing the vector, or are we borrowing the value? Or like the int, in this case. There are two ways to reference a value stored in a vector, via indexing or using the get method. Okay, so we have get. We have get, we have push. I have to imagine we have pop. The following examples, we've annotated the types of the values that are returned. 8.4 shows both methods of accessing a value in a vector with indexing syntax and the get method. So let v equals vec of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let third equal. So that's the question. They're doing the v get to. Okay. So we're borrowing the element. We're not borrowing the entire vector. I guess that's a not entirely important detail. I guess at that point at v get, is it cloning? Well, no. It's getting, which means because it's borrowing, we're not cloning the value, we're not instantiating new memory, we're just pointing to that thing. If you have a reference to any element in the vec, then you have a reference to the entire vec. Okay. Shows both methods of accessing value in a vector. Use the index value of 2 to get the third element because vectors are indexed by number, starting at 0. Okay, yeah. Using dereference and the array thing gives us a reference to the element at the index value. When we use the get method with the index passes as an argument, we get option of a borrowed type or a reference type. Use with match. Okay. So let's go back up actually to and third is actually hang on. Is a referenced I32 equal to the v2 print line macro. The third elm is element. No, third. What am I thinking? The reason for this is if you pushed a new element to a vec after doing referencing vector 2, the push needs to reallocate to fit the new element, then vector 2 would be invalidated. So, okay. Get the third element because vectors are indexed by number, starting at 0. We use get method. We get an option. Okay. the index passes an argument, we get an option that we can use match. So instead, you can't just push to the vec since you have a reference to one of the elements. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. You are, in fact, referencing. I keep thinking in terms of borrowing, because the whole borrow checker stuff is still fresh in my head, and this, like, oh, we're borrowing V, and we're grabbing the third element, the 2 element. God, maybe Luo was right. Tej is right about 0 indexing. Note a few details here. We use the index of value of 2 to get the third. Yeah, we start from 0. The reason Rush provides 2 ways to reference an element is so you can choose how the program behaves. When you try to use an index. Actually, wait. So I just thought of something. When you say you have to reallocate in order to fit the new element, so does that mean the full context of the original vector is destroyed? Like you're freeing up the original memory. I guess reallocating would be. Is the process to destroy the entire original vector and then? Okay, so if you push into a vector, you destroy the entire vector and make a new vector with this new value inside of it. There's capacity, but in terms of the process, like you should think of it in terms of it's probably going to destroy the entire thing and then reallocate it. Reallocating may, in terms of like, as a matter of process, the reference is no longer, that's why you said the reference is no longer valid. But if len equals cap, then push. If you need to allocate more memory, copy all the elements from the old array into a new array, then add the element and destroy the old array. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I need water. I haven't streamed in 2 weeks. So your references to the element is now invalid after the old array is deallocated, right? So, but since we're referencing the vector as a whole, referencing the vector as a whole, the reference stays valid even after a push? Am I understanding that correctly? So if I have third, the third. Oh, you're just straight up unable to push after you've referenced something inside that vector. It becomes immutable. Wait. Did I misread it? Oh. Mutable V. Vectors are always immutable. You can only push if it's mutable. But then what happens if you create a mutable vector? If you have a reference, then you can't take a mutable reference to the vec. Okay. It just says fuck off. I mean, let's try it. Let's say mute v is a vector of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. V.push 6. Does it scream at me? Let mute v third And then v dot push 6. No, because third only lives for line 3 and 4. Oh, because I'm not borrowing third. I'm giving ownership to whatever's in the code for the print line. Is that right? Because then third is destroyed? What if I do that? What if I put print line? Oh, okay. But it is a reference and it has a lifetime. Okay. Immutable borrow occurs here, so then first can't borrow. Hang on. Which one was I? What's the path I'm working with here? Third lives from 3 to 5, and so while that is alive, you can't take a mutable borrow, a mutable reference of V at the same time. Okay. Ah, okay. So even though V is mutable, as soon as you're referencing something inside of V, you can't, it becomes immutable. Or as soon as you're referencing it, or as soon as you're because it's borrowed. Gee. Because it's like a read lock and mute is like a write lock. Okay. I'm gonna keep saying borrow and reference kind of interchangeably because that's how my head is working. I hope that's not too far off. So borrow is like a read lock and mutably borrow is like a write lock. Now where did oh yeah, I think it's in learn collections. So cargo run. Let's see what it actually tells me. Second mutable borrow. Got it. Okay. So, okay, yeah, we can't reference shit that doesn't exist. That's easy enough. So we mute V first. Wait. Is that literally is this code literally the thing that you've been explaining to me and that I figured out? This program won't work if we try to okay. When we run this code, the first thing method, when we get the get method is passed index outside of that vector. Okay. When the program has a valid reference, the borrow checker enforces the ownership and borrowing rules. Covered in chapter 4 to ensure this reference. How long have I been live? I'm coming up on 4 hours. To ensure this reference and any other references to the contents of the vector remain valid, recall the rule that states you can't have mutable and immutable references in the same scope. That rule applies in listing 8.6. So we have a mutable V. We say, okay, we want the first thing. I think we were focused too much on the detail. So okay, but we do have a reference to the vector itself. We are borrowing the entire vector. But for the purposes of this, the value for first is the 0 value inside the vector, but in order to do it, we are referencing the entirety of the vector. We are borrowing the entirety of it. This program won't work. Okay, so compiling the code will result from there. The Rustonomicon, vector of a type, iterating over values in a vector. So to access each element in a vector in turn, we would iterate through all of the elements rather than use indices to access one at a time. Okay, so 4 loops. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot what asterisk does for that. We can also iterate over mutable references to each element. The for loop. Instead, okay, so we're referencing mute, but we're dereferencing the dereference for I. So we're mutably referencing the entirety of the vector v, and then we're dereferencing I and saying da 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 da. Rose! Rose, goddammit, Rotten Rose. Krista, what are you doing? What's happening? How you feel? What have you been up to? Were you playing Dirty Bomb? Or are you doing arts and crafts on your thing? What's up? How you feeling? What do you got up? What do you got going on? I don't have any bot commands to look into what you've been doing. Hell yeah. So I should have been looking you up. So how has your evening been going? I have to imagine it was either Dirty Bomb or making stuff for upcoming QuakeCon. Oh, you're heading out? Well, you have a good night. You have a good night, Rotten Rose. And I will try and take care of whoever you brought with you. Oh, you got a moment? Okay. So, I will say I'm eyeballing the QuakeCon stuff, and I'm really looking for... What was the question? If you're bringing viewers to me, that means you had viewers, which means you were streaming, which means, hey, what were you doing? The usual, I've just been rated by a streamer, and I'm trying to engage with the other streamer questions. Midnight, oh, right, Midnight Guns. Why would I think you're not, why would I think you're playing Dirty Bomb instead of Midnight Guns? Yeah. I was assuming you were either playing Dirty Bomb or doing arts and crafts. I don't think I have access to Midnight Guns. It's just supporting the Patreon to get access, right? Or is there something else I would need to do? Okay. I should do that. But yeah, over here, I'm looking for an excuse to go to QuakeCon, because I'm kind of itching. Itching to come visit you guys. Part of me is like, it's a lot easier to justify if someone around in my area, I can rope-a-dope them. Are there seats left? Oh, I don't know. I forgot. Is it, they got eaten fast? Ah, damn. I'm not going to the BYOC, I don't know. Actually, let's check into that, quakecon.org. Is there a way to check to see if there's seats? Seat map. This year you won't have to choose your seat. Oh, there's no like live checking of are there seats available? Oh, is there actual official? Oh, okay, no. I was thinking there was official shit. These are probably booths on the outside of the BYOC. There's Pecos Pete, probably with another commemorative mug. You see one seat. Do you see? In B. Oh, hang on. These controls. Oh, is it the red? Oh, seat row B, seat 29. I might have to look into that. But I am I am doing content right now, so I do have to at least leave that for a little bit. But I mean, it wouldn't be the worst idea to just sorry. I guess it was on me for waiting too long. I asked around the people I know up here, and I said, "Hey, anybody got thoughts about going to QuakeCon?" And I didn't get any responses. Just fly down and reserve a room at the Gaylord. That's not completely out of the question. I wouldn't have to worry too much about, like, there's a part of me that would think about within 3 days we had 13 seats left. Yeah. If I'm just flying down just to see some people and see what's up, man. But the BYOC was such a great time at 2018, man. If it's just coming down for like a day or two to see you guys, it is. And get barbecue. Have you ever been to? We're up on X. Are people that don't have seat tickets even allowed? I keep forgetting. Now, Bumpo is mentioning barbecue, and I don't know if you live in Texas. So one of the things that's find best available. Please add one for each seat you like to. I think you can get a tour of the BYOC. Okay. One of the things that's important to note is the last time I went, I think the last QuakeCon I went to was 2018. It was me and Boo Boy. We were rooming together, and I had probably the best breakfast I've ever had, because they had a braised beef tip omelet at the Riverwalk Cantina, I think it was called. It was incredible. And every time that I talk to Boo Boy again, I think me and Boo Boy are talking, it's like, man, I kind of would like to go to QuakeCon again. I know he can't justify it because he's married now, and I know his wife isn't really into. I assume his wife isn't really into the traveling for a convention thing. But I imagine if I told, like, that breakfast at the Riverwalk Canteen is absolutely legendary to the two of us. It comes up every time we talk about going to QuakeCon. But yeah, if there's like a guest pass of the BYOC or something that I can if there's a way I can get into the BYOC without actually being my own C, without bringing my own C, whatever. Click on fan ticket. Let's see. I have to open it in this browser rather than in the chat browser. Tour the BYOC. I'd like to have a further definition of what tour the BYOC means. Does that mean I can just enter and leave as I please? If that's true, then I think I'd be way more interested. Because I imagine a lot of the people that I'm interested in seeing are going to be in the BYOC, and if I can't join them, I think that's a deal breaker. But anyway, check with QuakeCon Discord questions. Okay, I'll double check in on that. If I can justify going, because ironically, I got family that's going to the Gaylord in June, and they want me along as well. So I'd be I'd be going to the Gaylord in June and then going again in August. And that starts to, like, can I afford that? Among all the 6 other things I'm asking if I can afford. Because I'm like, I should upgrade my PC. I should upgrade my monitor. I should probably buy a car. I should set up a home gym. I should get one of those split keyboards like the Glove 80. I'm like, every single one of those individually is a pump the brakes and think about this amount of money. But yeah, I definitely would like to see you guys again. It's been way too long. And I'm trying to find ways, and I'm trying to find justifying it beyond I want to, because I want to do a lot of things. If I can find it in myself to say I want to, and that is enough justification, I think we'll go with that. But right now it's not enough justification to head on out there. Oh, there are. Oh yeah. And even I've only been like twice. Absolutely, I'll keep you I'll keep you in mind. You and Alex. Even in oh, that's right. Yeah. If I'm gonna be in, I need to think if am I gonna rent a car, or am I gonna get an Uber? Because I think what my family is doing is they're just gonna rent a room at the Gaylord for like one night. So it won't be we won't be there for long. But are you not? Well, I know you're not in. I don't know if you want me to say the names of the cities. Oh, we got an ad break coming that I can't. Yeah, it's a thing that my aunt likes to do. She likes to went north, like El Paso north. There is what? So every now and then my aunt will get the grandkids for like a couple weeks, and then she likes to do a water park. She likes to go to a big hotel for the last weekend to take her grandkids, which would be not my nieces and nephews, out to a big fancy hotel with a water park, which she wants to take the kids up to the Gaylord at least once. And she's trying to get me to come as well. Probably because I've been to the Gaylord and I kind of know my way around a little bit. Yeah, I think yeah, part of like Bubba's, like he lets the kids visit their grandma for a couple weeks during summer when school's out. And that's kind of part of their version of summer camp, I guess. So Vector, do I want to finish this chapter tonight? I'm trying to think of this goddamn Rust book. Yeah. I think I probably should get back to this book, but yeah, I will definitely get a hold of you and Jahar if I can find it in myself to tell me, if I can find it in myself to say I want to go to QuakeCon this year just to see people and just because I want to, and telling myself that just because I want to is enough justification to go. If I can find it in myself to do that, then I will, and I'll definitely tell you guys that I'm going to be on my way. DMs. I will check my DMs later. To go where? To QuakeCon. The con of Quake. See, I don't do the WinDead. I'm one of those old people. I don't do the anime conventions. I do the Quake conventions. Well, I say I do, but I've only been twice. Rotten Rose, who just raided us, by the way, thank you again for the raid. Real good personal friend of the stream, her and Jahar. I just carry a lot of love in my heart for Rotten Rose and Jahar. To tell y'all a story, they actually housed me for a week when I had to do a job interview for a job interview that was actually in their town. And like that is an incredible thing, to be honest. And I didn't get the job, but the fact that they just said, don't get a hotel, stay here, that stayed with me. And it stays with me to this day. They said, stay with us for while you're getting the jobs, or while you're taking that job interview. I've stayed with them a couple times whenever I had to do some unfortunate family business. That I... oh, that's right! Fish Sticks! I was rooming with Fish Sticks that one year. For QuakeCon. He called me at 2 in the morning. No, what happened was, it wasn't that I couldn't find him. It was that I noticed that he was trying to get with one of the girls. He was really trying to chat up one of these girls, and I'm sitting there thinking, am I about to get the call? It's like, hey, can you leave the hotel room vacant while I come back? Oh, is he engaged? Good for him. I saw he's doing a lot of tribe stuff now. I need to... I think I'm still a mod in his chat. But yeah, I saw him chatting up one of the girls at QuakeCon, and I'm sitting there like, am I gonna get the, hey, can you leave the room vacant? Because I'm about to show up with someone. And so I'm like, I'm kind of like feeling out, do I need to be somewhere? And I just ended up in yours and Jahar's, and I think there was like 2 other people. The tie on the door text. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get, but then at like 3 in the morning, because we're all just shooting the shit in the hotel room. We're just talking all kinds of shit, and I just out of nowhere. No, it was after we had all like settled down and we were going to bed. 3 in the morning, text from Fish Sticks. Hey, where are you at? Where'd you go? Like, am I getting booty called by Fish Sticks at 3 in the fucking morning? Yeah, the whole room just exploded in laughter. Do y'all still do like 3 to 6 people in your room? Oh man, that shit was a good time. That year was incredible, mostly because I got to introduce Efren. Unfortunately, oh man, I haven't talked to Efren in so long. No, there was the year I roomed with, I've been 3 times. There was the year I roomed with technically I roomed with Fish Sticks, but I just ended up in your room. Even though I paid for half of a room I never went in. I paid for my half of Fish Sticks' room just for Fish Sticks to sleep in it alone. That year. I'm pretty sure I paid. I might owe him some money. Do I owe Fish Sticks some money? I owe Fish Sticks a 20-year debt, because I think that was... No, that would be 2010. There was the year I roomed with Fish Sticks. There was the year I roomed with Efren. And Efren did that video, remember? He did like video interviews of Fatality. He did a video interview with Fatality, and he did a video interview with Rafa. And every one of us, everyone around us was like, man, no one's gonna give a shit about that Fatality interview. No one's gonna give even a single shit. Watch your view numbers when you pull up that Fatality interview, and it's gonna get maybe 4 figures, and that Rafa interview is gonna get 5-figure views, easy. And he's like, but it's Fatality. What are you talking about? It's fucking Fatality. It's like, not, I guess, yeah, but you're a fighting, I guess the fighting game guys think Fatality is still such a big deal, but nah, man, that Rafa interview is gonna do numbers for you. Ironically, mostly because he was the only person that interviewed Rafa that year, and Rafa won. And then there was the year that I roomed, there was the year I didn't even room. I just showed up because it was a 3-hour drive from my house, and I knew you guys were there, and I'm like, I'm just gonna crash the party and see you guys. So that makes it 4 times I've been. Then there was the year I came from Chicago with Boo Boy. 23,000 views on that fat video. What's the view count on the Rafa video? Let's see. Let's see if we can pull it up. Lone Star Gamer Rafa. 21,000 views for Rafa. 40. Okay. Yeah, okay. So eventually the Fatality interview did outpace the Rafa interview. I think I'm in. I think I actually did. He got B-roll of the crowd. Efren got B-roll of the crowd for this one, and I might be in it. There's Steve-O. I saw Steve-O. Oh, I'm not familiar with Chris. I wish I was a little bit more familiar with the crowd. Is that Toxic? No, that's not Toxic. It looked like Toxic for a split second. Oh, that's Evil? This is just a react stream at this point. Got Jahar the job in Dallas. Oh, nice. I really should have pressured him to put out that video. He said there were like 2 Brazilians he interviewed. Oh, there's Sync Error. But yeah, he interviewed Rafa, he interviewed Fatality. And then he said that there was a couple of like Brazilians he interviewed, and he said that was the best interview he actually did, but he never put it out. And he said something to the effect, like, he was talking to these 2, I think there's either Brazilians or Mexicans, and they were talking about their experiences of, like, running their own Ethernet cables and, like, doing their own splicing, and it's like to make sure that they were able to attend QuakeCon, like, they had to bring their own cables, and they had to make their own cables and shit. And this is back when we were all teenagers, so we had no idea what we were doing. Yeah, they're all down in South America. So there's like a whole crew that comes up. Probably with Nosfa's Brazilian, right? Nosfa? I mean, like, probably not hard to get Brazilians to start drinking. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where you just assume that a region is kind of like incestuous and everyone knows each other. Like, all of the like, there's 6 or 7 Japanese Warsaw players, and they all play together, and then Unleashed shows up in, like, Quake 4 and Quake Champions tournaments. There's, like, 6 or 7 Japanese players, and they all know each other, and they all just, like, follow each other the same game. That's probably not true at all. But yeah, there's Unleashed, and then I forget the names of the rest of them. I just know that there was a Warsaw scene, a Quake 4 scene, and a Quake Champion scene that Unleashed was a part of. Yeah. Man, I'm just talking a whole bunch of shit for like between you and me, and then the rest of the people in this chat are just completely lost. I bet. 5 views. It's not nothing. You brought 3 of them with you. But yeah, it is coming up on 11 in the evening, and I probably got a little bit more to do. Let me at least close out this section of this Rust book. So I'm probably going to get back to this. I do really appreciate... Angry, you may know of you. If Angry is still here, I'm doing the dirty thing, and I'm actually checking my my chatter list. I don't see a name of Angry. Oh, listen up, phones. Oh yeah, I see that name. Yeah, I'm doing the dirty thing of streamers not actually supposed to check their user list, but I do occasionally. Anyway, I really should actually at least finish this section, the part where we're doing vectors in Rust. Uh-oh. Listen up, phones. Is not happy. But yeah, the people who were here before Rotten Rose showed up, a big shout out and a big thanks to Rotten Rose for the raid. And oh, by the way, so are you also part of the team developing Midnight Guns in any way, or is it just Jahar? Are you doing like art for it at all? Okay, so I imagine you're doing art. Okay, you're drawing some of the icons. Cool. So Rotten Rose and Jahar, both working on a game called Midnight Guns. I should. Hang on. Before you go, Midnight Guns Patreon. So I'll just go ahead and promote it, even though I'm not personally part of it. Anyone who's played a mod called... I haven't played it myself, but I've watched a good bit of it. And it does look a little bit... It does look a little bit like if you took Clan Arena, but gave it a little bit of a Counter-Strike flair. Oh, is that the video you want me watching? Let's see. We're a React stream now, boys and girls. Oh, I don't have, I don't put out audio. So the first Midnight Guns tournament, less people know of Action Quake 2, but more people might. Oh, have you done voices for it? Have you done voices for, Midnight Guns? Maybe they oughta, I had the dumbest idea because Windead is here. I'm like, well, let's maybe you ought to contract some of these VTubers and get like Huni to do voices, or get Luminous Cove to do voices for Midnight Guns. Do voice packs. Maybe that's a dumb idea. Uplink and sounds. Oh, and so does Uplink do Foley? But anyway. Oh, Tasty Spleen Studios. So this is through... man, it is so weird to think in terms of Tasty Spleen, because Tasty Spleen is the Quake community. The Quake 2 community, the quote-unquote server, and then but Tasty Spleen TV is run by Jahar. So I don't know what Tasty Spleen Studios is. Is Tasty Spleen Studios just like the parent of like, is the studios involved in any way with the Quake 2 community, or is it the studios is the parent company of Tasty Spleen TV? I'm confusing myself at this point. It's Jahar and Reki's studio. Okay. And they just called it Tasty Spleen. It doesn't really have a relation specifically to TV. Let me go ahead and close these. All right. But yes. Actually, let me reopen them because I didn't specifically... Where's the fucking Patreon? Let's try. Midnight Guns Patreon. Am I dropping packets? Oh, I did drop packets a little bit. Not... I dropped a whole bunch of packets just now, but not recently. It's just the the Tasty Spleen community. Okay. Okay, so I will go ahead and put the Midnight Guns Patreon. Even though I haven't played it, it looks plenty fun. If you know Action Quake 2, it looks like it's very heavily based on Action Quake 2. If you don't know Action Quake 2, it's take Counter-Strike, but a little bit more actual round-based TDM rather than the complex. It's got like Quakey physics. It's got very much a Quakey physics thing going on, but it's a little bit more round-based, kind of like Counter-Strike. So you might enjoy. I will probably join the Patreon. I will probably go to bed right after stream, but I will probably join the Patreon soonish. As soon as I get reminded to do so. But I do really need to, like, I want to finish this section of the book before I go, CS's weird uncle, yeah. So anyway, back to what we were talking about before, when we were doing programming things. So we're using, we have our vector, we're dereferencing a value inside of a vector that's called v. We're dereferencing the actual vector, we're adding 50 to it. So to change the value that the mutable reference refers to, we have to use the dereference operator to get the value in I before we can do the plus equals, before we can do the addition, the increment operator. We'll talk more about the dereference operator. Oh, okay. Following the pointer to the value with the dereference. Okay. So we iterate over a vector, whether immutably or mutably, is safe because of the borrow checkers rules. If we attempted to insert or remove... Okay, yeah. So this is what Bumpo was talking about earlier. Because we have a reference that exists, now we can't... It becomes immutable. It's not that it becomes immutable, it's that we can't borrow it again. And we have to borrow it. We have to borrow the value... We have to borrow the vector to actually make any modifications, but because it's already borrowed, you can't borrow it a second time. So, the reference to the vector that the for loop holds prevents simultaneous modification of the whole vector. Oh, and I just slapped my mic. I am very sorry about that. Vectors can only store values that are of the same type. This can be inconvenient. There are definitely use cases for needing to store a list of items of different types. Fortunately, the variants of an enum are defined under the same enum type. So we need one type to represent... So we make a vector, and we're making a vector of spreadsheet cells. Got it. That's neat. So if we have a vector and we need to store different types of things in that vector, then what we do is we grab... in order to store different types of data inside of a vector, we actually just encase it. So the casing is an enum. And then we say that Well, the vector is actually of spreadsheet cells rather than of integers, text, strings, and floats. Excuse me. I don't know if Bumpo is still here. Probably not. But anyway, Rust needs to know what types will be in the vector at compile time, so it knows exactly how much memory on the heap will be needed to store each element. We must also be explicit about what types are allowed in this vector. If Rust allowed a vector to hold any type, there would be a chance that one or more types would cause errors with the operations performed on the elements in the vector. Okay. Using an enum plus a match means that Rust will ensure compile time. Okay. If you don't know the exhausted set of types a program will get at runtime to store in a vector, the enum technique won't work. Instead, you can use a trait, which we'll cover in chapter 16, and we're only in chapter 8. Perfect. Okay, so let's see. Now that we've discussed the most common ways to use vectors, be sure to review the API documentation for all the many useful methods. So there's the API documentation, there's vector, we have push, we have length, we have pop. Yep. For example, in addition to push, a pop method removes and returns the last element. Like any other struct, a vector is freed when it goes out of scope as annotated in 8.10. Yep. The memory gets freed. When the vector gets dropped, all of its contents are also dropped, meaning integers it holds will be cleaned up. The borrow checker ensures that any references to contents of a vector are only used while the vector itself is valid. So now we move on to the string. And we can leave strings for another time because my throat is dry as hell. And I need to find an excuse to head on out. I do appreciate all of you. Let's see who's live right now. Let's see where. Oh, that's yeah. That's what Rotten Rose. She said I was dropping frames. Yeah, I see it now. All right, let's see what Twitch has to offer in my category. Software and game development? Where we go? Oh, it's Ferret software. That's just Thor, isn't it? Oh, that's a 24/7? So, software and game development. Let's see. JRPG. Okay, it looked like some game devs. Oh, Dead Slap is live. Let's send you guys over to Dead Slap. Raid Dead Slap. So we're setting up a raid for Dead Slap. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. I'm gonna go say hi to the good buddy. Thanks for letting me hang. I appreciate it, Angry. I hope you enjoyed the stay, and I will see you guys around. Let's go say hi to Dead